So it's been a while since I've made a red versus blue video. I have a lot of ideas in my mind. I've just been trying to figure out exactly how to organize them properly so that they make sense. But I've also been making X-Men continuity videos, and I'm working on a Fast and Furious video. Plus, life has been a bit busy. And since red versus blue's kind of up in the air at the moment as to whether or not it's continuing, I thought it'd be fun to take all my red versus blue theories and put them in one video, because I realized a lot of them don't have the view count that some of the more popular ones do, and it's meant to be one long theory. And so I thought it might be fun to put them all together in one video as the ultimate RVB theory that people can just sit down and watch or listen to instead of jumping from video to video. And hopefully you enjoy it.
Still have a bit of fight to go.
So I had always thought that Agent Florida from Red vs. Blue was a very simple story, very simple character. In the first 5 seasons, they had mentioned that something tragic had happened to Florida. That's why there was only 49 agents instead of 50. And then in season 10, they decided to show us that Captain Flowers of the Blue Team on Blood Gulch was actually Agent Florida in disguise, protecting Church, who was the Alpha. Now, I assumed that meant they would come up with some death story of, him dying in combat, so no one would question.
We'll need a good cover story to explain his disappearance. People will wonder what happened to Florida.
Leave that all to me.
And in the background, on a computer screen, we see a map of the United States, and the state of Florida comes off the map and just falls apart and disappears. To me, I always thought that was simple. Visual representation of each agent, and as they died in the field, the state would fall off. Now, I've seen several people talking about how that's kind of ridiculous for whatever reason.
Wonderful. They're all idiots.
I feel like that's a pretty valid way for someone to keep track of agents named after states. If this is somehow an internet joke, I don't know how it started or why it's going so big to the point where there's entire forums talking about it. But apparently, the most popular theory and belief of this is that Project Freelancer actually destroyed the state of Florida. I'm not even kidding. There's a lot of people who actually think Project Freelancer, the program designed to save humanity, actually blew up a state on Earth filled with people.
Would you be so kind as to leave me your pistol?
I can't believe that that's actually a theory. I don't know how people could misunderstand that.
I don't believe it.
I think that's pretty over the top. I always figured, that was a visual representation of all the states, based off of all the agents. Now, why would they have it already prepared on that screen to destroy a piece of a fucking continent, just so that people don't realize that this one agent is missing out of all the agents? Why didn't they do that with Texas or any of the other agents that fled? I don't know what firepower they would have to do that, or why they would even find that logical. Possibly a joke in the season 1 through 5, but in season 10 they had gotten to a tone that really it would make no logical sense to destroy the state of Florida. Clearly, Agent Florida's name was removed from the roster, and that was a visual version of it. I don't even know why this is even a debate.
What the hell?
Red vs. Blue is one of the longest running web series as far as I know of, and personally one of my favorite shows that exists, until season 15 came around. I believe that in season 15, the new director and the new writer missed a lot of things that happened throughout season 1 through 13, even 14, and that season has so many continuity errors, I find it hard to actually connect to the whole show, and it doesn't feel like it could possibly be canon. And my personal theory is that the time travel in that show actually happened the whole time. And in season 15, they said that time travel hadn't happened for real up until that point, and then season 15, suddenly real time travel existed?
Fully functional, he said. Powered by an honest-to-God's time machine.
But time travel's impossible.
How can you say that? We've traveled in time before.
No, we didn't. We just thought we did. Don't you remember?
Oh, shit. I think you might be right. All that shit was so confusing.
First of all, you've never actually explained how it's fake. In my opinion, it's never been disproved to be real. A lot of fans agree with the fact that time travel's never existed ever since season 8. In Season 8, the Reds and Blues discover that everything they went through in the Blood Gulch Chronicles were simulations designed to test the freelancers.
We had that whole battle with the Blues for the something or other, and we set off that bomb thingy, and we got blasted through time and met an alien, and that guy got pregnant.
According to this, that is scenario 3.
3?
That seems to tell people that time travel in the show was fake, but it was never explained as to how it could be fake. But in my opinion, it still could have been real time travel, and still simulations. Wyoming had the armor ability to distort or time loop, so these simulations could be used to train with that.
Training?
Practice.
Not to mention, as Season 5 revealed, the simulations were being used as ulterior motives to take over the aliens and end the war. Just because it's a training simulation doesn't mean that everything went exactly as planned, otherwise it would be choreography, it wouldn't be training. In training, things can go wrong, things can get messed up, especially with experimental technology like a time distortion unit. The first part of my theory for Red vs. Blue's time travel suggests that it starts not in Season 3 when the bomb explodes, but when Sarge and Caboose are teleported to Beaver Creek Base. I think it's possible that the Beaver Creek Base is the testing facility for the time distortion unit before Wyoming picks it up. How else would you explain their ability to come back from the dead after killing each other? Originally, I think this was supposed to be spoofing online gamers, but as the show got more serious, I feel like that would make sense to retcon that part of the show. This could also be the cause of their insane personalities. After dying constantly and then coming back to life, they lost their minds. They've gone insane. Attempting to rationalize the situation, they blame the flag, thinking that that's their god, bringing them back from the dead, the objectives they constantly must die to steal. And Agent Wyoming used the time distortion unit to bring himself back from death by looping time until success. We see the time distortion unit speed up time, slow down time, loop people through time. It's not hard to believe that you could just set it to reverse someone's death, like just rewind. If the grunts have experience with the time device, that's probably why they're stationed with Wyoming at that ice base. I feel like the time distortion unit that Wyoming uses and eventually Agent Maine uses originates from the planet Chorus. I feel like this because the temple on Chorus, the Temple of Vision, the temple has the power to show anyone who enters the future or the past and uses the teleportation technology to send a person from the temple on the planet to another temple seemingly above the planet, called the Testing Grounds. That same teleportation technology was said to be used on the future cubes made by the pirates on Chorus. This could explain the vision Wash had in Season 12, after being knocked unconscious by Locust. Why didn't anyone else see visions when they were using the future cubes? Maybe because Wash was unconscious inside of one of them. At the end of Season 11, Wash and half the team get knocked out and captured by Locust and his team. While inside the cube, he could have seen a vision of his future and his past to help him figure out his problems for the future. It makes so much sense. The time distortion unit, we've never known where it came from. Why wouldn't the time distortion unit, which can take you to the future or the past through teleportation, be connected to those things?
Both types of equipment seem to utilize some form of alien engineering.
And there's one bit of evidence, is the fact that during Season 5, when Wyoming is using his time loop to fight the Reds and Blues, every time they defeat him and he goes back in time to create a time loop clone of himself, Tucker still remembers every single iteration.
Wait a minute, what's going on?
I think he knows.
Why are you being affected by any of this? He said it has something to do with the sword.
And in Season 13, it was confirmed that Tucker's sword is connected to Chorus's technology by Santa, the alien AI.
It is now clear to me that although your key comes from another world, it was in fact forged by my creators.
Not to mention,
That new alien is here to find the old one, and he revived the blue guy to help him.
The alien revived him.
Yeah, they don't treat life and death the same way we do.
so maybe they do the same thing with the time distortion unit that was done with the red and blue grunts. Maybe in a less technological way, seeing as how they infect hosts with parasitic embryos, and then the embryo is born, much like, the alien that found Tucker in the Reds and Blues. It could definitely explain why Junior was born with armor. The time distortion unit connecting to the temple on Chorus that shows visions of the future, and the time distortion unit connecting to Beaver Creek with the grunts makes more sense when you connect Beaver Creek grunts to the Temple of Vision. How does that make sense? Well, the grunts call Caboose the Beast.
That makes me angry.
What are the odds that later Gamma calls him the Great Destroyer? It's possible that the grunts looped life and death so many times, or even when they just died and were brought back the first time, they saw visions every time they died, just like when Wash was knocked unconscious and possibly teleported, giving more reason for them to turn into religious nuts. That could connect, totally.
Truly, these are the end of times! Repent! Repent!
Not only that, but when Doc was teleported away...
Oh, it was horrible. Griff threw that future cube, and I was teleported away some far-off place. Another dimension where time and space refute all of logic as we know it. A place where I drifted for what felt like an eternity. And after a while, I lost my mind.
Wait, you were gone?
Crazy?
It made him go insane, very much like the grunts after they keep constantly dying for what seems like eternity. If the time distortion unit is originated from Chorus, it's not hard to believe that the weather machine inside Lopez is stolen tech from Chorus as well.
There is the Temple of Weather Manipulation, Bountiful Harvest, Interior Decorating.
Seems obvious, but I've never seen anyone bring it up. We know Charon steals technology from Chorus. We know the Director steals technology from Charon. The Reds and Blues are connected to the Director in Project Freelancer. I believe the Weather Manipulation Temple is where the weather machine from Lopez's stomach came from. The Beaver Creek base is the Time Distortion Unit testing facility. The Time Distortion Unit is from Chorus, specifically connected to the Temple of Vision, because that temple also has teleportation technology used to create the future cubes. And when Wash was knocked out, most likely him and Sarge and Donut and Lopez were teleported to the Fed's base using that, because it's 4 people that they need to carry easily with the future cubes. Wash, being unconscious in the future cube, saw a vision, just like at the Temple of Vision. Now that is a big chunk of evidence as to why time travel exists in the show and how, but what exactly happened with it?
Guys, I hate to interrupt, but 0 seconds.
What? Oh, son of a...
The first time Red vs. Blue actually openly uses time travel is in Season 3. The Reds and Blues have finally teamed up and they're about to go after O'Malley, who has Lopez. Inside Lopez is that weather machine. But at that moment, Church has a 10 megaton bomb in his gut, and Wyoming is about to shoot Tucker because Tucker learned that the Reds and Blues are all the same and it's some big conspiracy that's being covered up. So basically then suddenly everything changes because the bomb in Church's gut explodes and everyone's thrown into a time vortex.
I don't want to be dead! I want to be alive! Or a cowboy!
And then wake up in the future. New armor, new guns, and the Reds and Blues find themselves in the middle of the desert. So the Reds and Blues are in the future with Tex, O'Malley, and Lopez's head. While Church is in the past. While Church is in the past, he meets this computer on the wall named Gary. But then Gary tells Church about a Great Destroyer, which he implies is Caboose. So Church now wants to try to stop Caboose from killing everybody and becoming the Great Destroyer. Meaning that at one point in the future, the Reds and Blues would be trying to stop O'Malley by planting a bomb in a temple he's staying in. An important temple. And Caboose, being the one to plant the bomb, would be the one inevitably to kill everybody because they accidentally locked themselves inside. He's told by Gary to wait in the hallway while he builds a teleporter, and he stands there for 1,000 years, supposedly, and once he's done with the teleporter, he's sent to Blood Gulch, tries to undo a lot of those situations, and he ends up constantly failing and being blown back in time again to the same hallway with Gary, creating a whole bunch of clones of himself based off of time loop.
What the hell is all of this? You're God in heaven.
They basically try to rationalize what just happened, and according to Sarge,
We represent the timeline. I am the past. And I am the future.
And I'm the present, which sucks.
You and your buddy Church set off a bomb, which when combined with the weather machinery in Lopez, made an explosion so large it destroyed the present.
Yeah, you see, luckily Church was facing forward when the bomb went off, and we were standing in front of him, so that sent us forward into the future.
Don't you see? If Church was facing forward during the explosion, and that blew us into the future, that could mean that he was blown backward into the...
This obviously makes no sense. That's the theory the Reds and Blues go with. When Church meets Gary in the hallway in the past, Gary tells him he's early and he's not supposed to be there for another 1,856 years. And then Church stands in the hallway waiting for the teleporter for 1,000 years, and then shows up in Blood Gulch, which tells me that when the bomb went off, it threw the Reds and Blues 856 years into the future with their original theory. And then they tried to use 6, 7, and 8 to retcon that to what a lot of people believe as didn't actually happen. My guess is Wyoming probably took Church to the past because he had the bomb in his stomach and he was about to explode. This would be the perfect time to make everyone think he was dead so no one would look for him, giving the director of Project Freelancer the perfect chance to get Church back, Church being the alpha and all. We first see Wyoming in the Red base on Sidewinder. That's the first time we ever see Wyoming. And he keeps trying to ask one of the soldiers there, Phil, what the plans are. So I think he was sent there to do a Freelancer training exercise. Also, as an ulterior motive, to pick up Church. I believe Wyoming was sent there to pick him up because he left Blood Gulch with Griff and everyone else when they were teleported away. And the director clearly wouldn't want him to leave, especially to go to Sidewinder.
At least he doesn't kill everyone who suits up for your team.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I really did that.
Then who did?
Okay, stick with me on this, right? What if Church traveled back in time using Wyoming's special ability power?
God, shut up.
While Caboose said it, I feel like a lot of the times when Caboose says stuff like that, they're using Caboose as an exposition machine, and because he's stupid, people just assume what he's saying makes no sense, therefore is dumb. But really, it's just telling us what's actually happening.
Yeah, and even though we all blamed the tank, kind of feel like Church had a little something to do with it too.
Wyoming took Church to the Freelancer base on Sidewinder in the past. We saw in Season 8 that the Garrett computer screen was in the hallway at the base that Church and Tex were infiltrating, while they were talking about the process of the AI being split.
Gamma and Omega would fabricate scenarios where he was designed to fail. And they made it seem like his failures were hurting all of the people he cared about, and there was nothing he could do about it. It drove him mad, broke him down even more.
To inevitably just split and create a fragment. Now that sounds a lot like what Church went through when he was sent back in time to that hallway, constantly going through time loop after time loop, and eventually fragmenting. Which, I believe Yellow Church is actually an AI fragment, but I'll get back to that another time. If Church wasn't sent 1,000 years into the past and was actually sent back in time by Wyoming, I'd have to guess the time he was sent to was probably between the moment where Flowers was building the Reds and Blues for Blood Gulch and the moment where Captain Flowers died. Because Season 8 basically pointed out that everything the Reds and Blues dealt with were simulations, most fans believe that the time loop Church was in was faked by Gary. I believe the time loop that Church was in was actually real. Wyoming sent Church to the past and put him into the computer with Gary. If Wyoming at the end of Season 5's time loop is real, then why wouldn't the other time loop be real? Doesn't make any sense. It would definitely explain all the Church robots in Season 8 in the off-site storage facility. After Church escaped the time loop, that's probably where they were put. As far as the rules for the time travel, it would seem that when someone tried to change something in the past, inevitably they end up causing the event. But this scene kind of disproves that.
Right. Then I teleported back to Sidewinder and thought if I can shoot Wyoming before he shoots Tucker, then I can fix everything. But I shot Wyoming, then Tucker shot me with the rocket launcher, the bomb went off anyway, and I got sent back in time. And then I teleported back and just decided to kill everybody that I could see.
But in my opinion, it seems like every time something was changed, or every time Church ended up causing something that already happened, there was a reason it happened in the first place. Such as when Captain Flowers died, it was said he had a heart attack, but then Church killed him with aspirin. Or when Church got blown up by the tank because Caboose killed him with the friendly fire option, it's not hard to believe that they sent the tank to Blood Gulch with a different name and different settings, specifically so when Church tried to change that, he ended up causing it to happen in the first place. And as far as Church and Griff being stuck in the prison on Sidewinder, right before Church and Griff were freed, Church was about to show Griff his ability to be a ghost, so he probably, in the original timeline, would have used his ghost powers to get them out. And then, when he got stuck in the time loop, he let himself out, making it seem like he let himself out in the first place. If the time loop Church was stuck in was fake, then who let Church and Griff out of the prison in the first place? All that stuff with the lava pit and the hallways that Church was in was a simulation. That was a fake world.
Gary sounds and looks 8-bit, and its alpha is deceit, so if anything about the time loop was simulated, it would be the scenes in Marathon, the game they used to represent the past that Church was thrown into, such as Church waiting in the hallway for 1,000 years, and Gary building a teleporter for Church to teleport, when really it was just the time distortion unit that Wyoming uses. When Church finally escaped the time loop, the reason he showed up in the future at the windmill instead of in the desert with the guys was because I think he's an AI, and even though he didn't know he was an AI, he had the ability to control the time distortion, like Gary. As for the Reds and Blues, I don't think they were thrown into the future. I think time was distorted around them. Realistically, the Reds and Blues probably only went a few months into the future, not 856 years. In the original 5 seasons, Wyoming only ever used the time distortion to loop through time, and it was never until Recreation that it was shown to have distortion abilities because the meta was using it, like slowing down, speeding up, and all that stuff, pausing time. And I think it was introduced into Season 6 so that they could use that to retcon some of the time travel. Here's one thing that I've never heard anyone talk about, and it's weird because there's a whole scene about it.
Now I want you to look at this picture.
Oh, hey! I know where that is!
Which of the following best describes this picture? Would you say it is A, the new location where your team was assigned, B, the source of a mysterious energy reading, or C,
That's just where we landed!
where you landed? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, we were defusing a bomb by this guy Omega, but then the bomb went off, and it was such a huge explosion that it totally threw us into the future, and we landed there in that place.
I'm not sure I understand. The future?
That kind of indicates that Project Freelancer didn't have any idea what was going on with the time travel. Maybe they know that Wyoming has the time distortion unit, obviously, but doesn't seem like from that sentence that they knew the Reds and Blues were just thrown into the future.
I don't have a checkbox for that.
Another piece of evidence that kind of goes with that whole thing.
So, then after that, they transferred me to that new base. I guess we left before we were supposed to do what they wanted us to. That's a pretty crazy story, Donut.
Your friend from Red Team described a location nearby with a strange energy source.
Oh, that's where Tucker is.
The freelance project found a source of intense energy, so a scenario team was sent to investigate the area, but they left without doing anything.
They sound dumb.
Indeed. This place sounds like the location of the energy source. You should go there and investigate. We can explain more when the opportunity arises.
Okay, I can help you do that.
The fact that the counselor, while talking to Donut, shows him the picture of the Great Burning Plains and says that that's the place where they were sent to investigate a mysterious energy reading. And later on, it's mentioned that the dig site in Season 7 and 8 is where a mysterious energy reading was sent, tells me that those are the same locations, if not the exact same location, the same desert areas near each other. You see, it sounds like, according to the counselor, the Reds and Blues were doing stuff before they were sent to the desert. Not woken up in the desert, but sent to the desert. How could the Reds and Blues be sent to the desert by command if they were at that moment being sent into the future to the desert? I think they were sent to the desert by command, but they were viewing time so fast they thought they were teleported. But really, they were living life at normal speed. I feel like the show has evidence of this kind of thing being able to happen. In Season 6, we find out Tex's ship that she was in at the end of Season 5, that exploded, crashed on a base called Valhalla. But we find out it took a year to crash.
What's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell us I could use equipment? Why didn't you tell me that Wyoming was on the ship?
He listens to the crash logs in the ship, and it seems like it instantly crashed. So that makes it sound like she took a year to crash because time distortion was taking place. Caboose even says,
Maybe that's why the ship took a year to crash.
Another moment of Caboose using exposition to explain the situation, but because he's stupid, no one thinks that that's actually what's going on. And in Season 8, Doc and Simmons are held prisoner by Wash and the Meta at Valhalla. And then their plan to get out of that is for Doc's gun to overcharge and shoot a blast out of it to hit the Meta. And when he does this,
You did it! He's frozen! No, it looks like you overloaded his time distortion unit. You must have caused some kind of inversion. Instead of making everything else slow, it made him slow. Yeah! Score one for the pacifists! How you like me now, Meta?
Doc? I wouldn't get too close to him if I were you.
Why? What's he gonna do? Beat me up over the course of the next 2 weeks?
Well, technically he's not actually moving slower.
He's moving at the same speed, just over a longer period of time. Huh? It's relativistic. His fist still travels at the same velocity. We just view it from a faster time frame.
That happened because Doc's gun sent an explosion. There's a serious theme of explosions around time distortion units. The bomb on Sidewinder exploded and the Reds and Blues were distorted to the future. The bomb on the ship exploded, Andy the bomb, and Tex's ship took a year to crash while she thought it took an instant. The explosion from Doc's gun inverted the meta's time distortion unit. And the fact that Simmons is the one to explain the time distortion conversion thing to Doc.
See? That's what you get for arguing with science, stupid bitch.
Makes me even more upset as to why Simmons mentions that time travel doesn't exist in Season 15. He knows there's science behind distorting time and altering time. Hell, in Season 5...
How did you even get here? We're in the future!
I think I know how. Did you use your hyperdrive to get here, or just the light drive?
Which one is the hippie drive?
She probably came here just using the light drive. And as Einstein theorized in his theory of relativity...
English.
When you travel near the speed of light, time slows down for you. Essentially, she came forward in time by traveling at light speed.
That's stupid.
No, that's science.
The fact that he doesn't know it exists or even thinks it exists in Season 15 goes against his character. But even though Simmons came up with a theory on how Sister came 856 years into the future, the fact that they didn't actually go that far into the future indicates that she probably just came to Blood Gulch regularly in the ship, not through time travel using light speed. Now, one thing that kind of gets in the way of the theory is when the bomb blows up on Sidewinder, it's a 10 megaton bomb according to Sarge. How the hell did the Reds and Blues not die from that? But no, there's not something in the way of that because, as I said earlier, the time distortion unit was used by Wyoming to loop through time every time he failed. And if the Beaver Creek base is actually the testing ground for the temporal distortion unit, well, that's the explanation right there. The time distortion unit, when it distorted because of the bomb, reversed the death of the Reds and Blues. Just like the Red and Blue Grunts' deaths were reversed, and just like how Andy the Bomb survived himself exploding at the end of Season 5.
That's it. Give me a minute to warm back up. I can do better. Oh, where are they going? Somebody roll me into a corner. What the heck? Rear doors is open. Wait! Brace for impact.
And here's the frustrating part about all these connections. So the time travel in Season 3 was fake. That much has been made very clear. No real explanation of how, but it was fake. One thing is clear though, Wyoming has the ability to teleport himself into the past. We see him go back minutes, but there was never a specific duration he can travel back. He also wasn't using his AI to do it, because it was in the tank. So with his AI, technically it would be more powerful. Meta shows that the device can slow down time dramatically, and a ship has been shown to take a year to crash because of it. A ship literally crashed 1 year after it blew up. Never was it said that the meta slowing time replaced the ability to jump back in time, which Wyoming can do. The time travel in Season 3 was fake, but all of this can still happen. Without 15 through 17 being part of the canon, time travel was possible. Just the whole thing involving it wasn't. Which is weird. No adjusting what happened to fit what the meta in Wyoming can mechanically do. Just all fake. Even though it can be done by the show's rules, apparently we don't need this glaring question explained. Wyoming traveling minutes back in time is literally time travel. The ship, by logic, time traveled a year forward. And if the Reds and Blues just assumed they were sent 500 years into the future, how's that part of the simulation? Nobody told them. Yellow Church was sent farther back than Wyoming was, back to Sidewinder with the fake clones. If that was a simulation, then why? No one saw it happen. One last thing, Wyoming can loop himself back to life, but for some reason there is no explanation for the Reds and Blue Grunts being able to do this. The Season 3 time travel was retconned so well that the fan guide made during Season 13 dances around stating whether or not it was real or fake. And the fan guide ignores that entire part of the timeline. I wish any of this had been noticed when 15 and 16 were in production. If it had, I feel like the story probably would have worked out a lot better. I definitely think it'd be a good story with time travel serving the plot instead of the plot serving time travel. And like I said earlier, the next piece of the puzzle is Yellow Church. The secret AI fragment.
Hello, Sister Church's twin brother, or as they call you on the internet, Yellow Church.
In every series that runs long enough, eventually there will be mysteries that the fandom want answered. Like in the Saw series, we wondered if Dr. Gordon was alive the entire time. Or with Red vs. Blue, for me, why there's an entire chunk of the fandom that believes that Project Freelancer would destroy an entire state of its own country just to cover the death of one soldier, when there are so many other intelligent ways of explaining that. This mystery, however, is about a character we haven't seen since the end of Season 5 of Red vs. Blue. I speak, of course, of Yellow Church, who's basically the Dr. Gordon of Red vs. Blue. Project Freelancer was a military program designed to help stop the war between humans and aliens. Project Freelancer's director, Dr. Leonard Church, created an AI based off of his own mind. In the process, his AI started having memories of his late wife, Allison, who died, and this turned into AI Fragment Beta, aka Agent Texas. Essentially, while Project Freelancer was experimenting with the Alpha AI, he figured he would use the idea that Tex gave him when she was spawned from Alpha's memories to start fragmenting the Alpha by torturing him, and this created more AI like Sigma, Omega, Gamma, and once a few of the freelancers found out about this, they decided they were going to break in and save the Alpha. In the process, this caused Project Freelancer's ship, the Mother of Invention, to crash on an ice planet called Sidewinder. After this happened, the director decided he was going to rebuild the ship into a base to cover up the crash and send the Alpha, aka Church, to another base and hide him from Tex and the other freelancers that went rogue. He hid him in a place called Blood Gulch. This is where I was talking about Agent Florida faking his death so that he can be the Alpha's liaison, Captain Flowers. In my last video about time travel, I had suggested that Agent Wyoming had time-traveled Church back to the past to this time after the ship crash, so that the director could have his AI back after hiding it, so he could keep experimenting while no one knew, because they thought that Church was dead in the present time, and in the past, they didn't know where he was hidden. So Church, now being teleported back in time to Sidewinder, meets Gamma in the hallway, and Gamma tells him that his friend Caboose in the future is going to become something called the Great Destroyer, part of this great prophecy. Obviously, at the moment, the story about the Great Destroyer is supposed to be a story that Gamma is trying to use to split Church. Now in the past, Gary gives Church the opportunity to relive the events of seasons 1 through 3 and attempt to try to stop Caboose from becoming the Great Destroyer and killing everybody by mistake. And he constantly fails and keeps creating a time loop clone of himself every time he goes back in time, ultimately resulting in a whole bunch of time loop clones. After enough failures in the loop, all the Church clones decide to convene behind one of the bases on Sidewinder moments before the explosion happens and sets off the loop again. This is where we first see Yellow Church. Church discovers all the time loops hiding behind the base, and he goes to talk to them, and they start sharing their plans of what they did to try to get out of the loop.
Well, when Tucker points the rocket launcher at us, I tried to explain the situation to everybody, and oddly, Caboose was really the only person that understood it right away. Anyway, by the time I finished answering questions, the bomb went off and I got sent back in time. Right, then I teleported back to Sidewinder and thought if I can shoot Wyoming before he shoots Tucker, then I can fix everything. But I shot Wyoming, then Tucker shot me with the rocket launcher, the bomb went off anyway, and I got sent back in time. And then I teleported back and just decided to kill everybody that I could see. Why did you do that? I don't know, it seemed like fun. I think I went a little nuts there for a while. Well, what did you do? Dude, don't ask. Trust me, it didn't work.
Finally, Church finds a way to get out of the time loop, stands with the Reds and Blues, and gets thrown into the future with them. Once Church is in the future with the Reds and Blues, eventually the prophecy mentioned by Gary becomes real, and the Reds and Blues get all caught up into it during Season 3, Season 4, Season 5. And nearing the end of Season 5's prophecy story, we see O'Malley has become front and center as an antagonist and has tried to take over one of the aliens involved in the prophecy so he could rule their entire religion and corrupt them from the inside. While the Reds and Blues are trying to stop him from doing this, O'Malley jumps into Caboose's head to hide. Church and Tex follow him in there, and inside, Church sees an entire world of what Caboose sees the world as, and he runs into all Caboose's versions of all the main characters running around. As he's trying to explain the situation to mental Caboose and the mental Reds and Blues, so he can find O'Malley inside there, he sees a mental image of a new character that had showed up in the canyon. Griff's sister had shown up in a crashed ship, and she said she was there to replace their dead captain, Captain Flowers. But Caboose's mental version of her is a bit more askew.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, who the fuck are you? Sister?
Yep, I'm Sister, Church's twin brother. I came here in a spaceship that came from the moon. It crashed next to Blue Base, and now I live with Caboose, and the people from the tail section of the spaceship live on the other side of the island.
What the fuck? That's like wrong in 8 different ways.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
Eventually, Church finds O'Malley inside Caboose's head, and he realizes Tex is having a conversation with O'Malley trying to make a deal. Church kills both of them to push them out of Caboose's head. Then he tries to kill himself to escape Caboose's head. In the process, Sister, Church's twin brother, runs up to Church and he goes to ask him a question. We don't hear what the question is because as Church drops a grenade at his feet, it blows him up and pushes himself out of Caboose's mind. This pushes Sister, Church's twin brother, out of Caboose's head, and he lands in Blood Gulch. And when he looks down, he sees a dead Wyoming. While Omega is trying to take over this alien body, Wyoming's helping him. Every time he gets defeated by the Reds and Blues, he brings them back to a certain point where he wasn't defeated so he can try again. Tucker remembers every iteration, every time Wyoming is defeated, and reverts back to a safe spot. And eventually Tucker defeats Wyoming, and there are a bunch of Wyoming clones, just like a bunch of Church clones. And as the Reds and Blues kill them all, Church's twin brother sees a dead Wyoming. Dead Wyoming's time distortion unit accidentally fizzes, and then sends Sister Church's twin brother back in time into the time loop that Church was stuck in. Basically saying Yellow Church this whole time has been Caboose's mental image of Griff's sister. Eventually the show's tone gets a little more serious, begging for a less cartoony truth. This is what I think Yellow Church actually is. I think Gary was using the time loop that Church was stuck in to split Church and make another AI fragment, and that resulted in Yellow Church. But I think the AI fragment that was created jumped into Caboose's head and basically rode Caboose up to the future. So basically, by the point that Church jumped into Caboose's head to stop O'Malley, that's when he would run into Yellow Church, the AI fragment. And when he knocked him out, he accidentally activated Wyoming's time distortion unit because he's an AI. And that sent him back to the time loop. And then when Church finally escaped the time loop and went to the future with the guys, Yellow Church was probably taken with the Church clones back to the hallway by Wyoming. From there, his fate is unknown. When we see all the Church clones talking to Church about what they think happened, in the background there's a Church that doesn't have a body, so he just looks ghostly. I think that is the AI fragment. And then one of the Church clones says that he went crazy and eventually just killed everyone there. I think that's the point where Church lost his mind and fragmented. And then the version that went back and decided to explain everything to everybody, and funny enough, Caboose was the only one who understood, I think that's him trying to stop the other guy from killing everybody. But the reason Caboose understood, and was the only one who really understood, was because he had the fragment inside his head at the time, because it's part of Church. And the reason he looks like Griff's sister is because at one point in time Church had been in Caboose's head before, and he saw an alternate version of himself being a dick.
You think Mr. Caboose would miss something like that, you steezy douchebag fuck?
And I think O'Malley killed that version of Church, so Church himself became Caboose's mental image of Church. He just goes in and out. And then later on, when the fragment jumped into Caboose's head, he had no idea who this fragment was, because there's already another Church. And then when Sister showed up at the canyon, him being dumb, he's just like, oh, that's probably who it was, turning the fragment into his mental version of Sister. And like every AI fragment, I think he has a specific aspect about him. Sigma was creativity, Gamma's deceit, Omega is rage. I think that Yellow Church is actually apathy. Basically not caring.
What the fuck? That's like wrong in 8 different ways.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
New Church is my best friend.
I would argue with that too, but what's the point?
So essentially, every AI that existed at that point would have been Alpha, Beta, Sigma, Omega, Gamma, Eta, Iota, Epsilon, Theta, Delta, and Yellow Church. Now, Yellow Church doesn't really sound like, an actual name he'd probably go by. Like, if someone saw him, they wouldn't call him that.
Do you know your name?
Yeah. I'm Sister, Church's twin brother. Welcome to the world, Yellow Church. Probably has an actual AI designation. I think Yellow Church's AI designation is Xi. I think this because at one point in Season 10, we see Sigma is very interested in becoming fully human, and so he's trying to figure out what AI he'd need to pick up to achieve the meta stage, the stage an AI could be considered fully human and be self-aware. And on the screen, we see him putting a bunch of Greek letters together, AI designation names. And one of the designations he grabs is Xi, but we've never seen an AI named Xi before. And at the time when he built that symbol, what he goes to call the meta symbol later, Epsilon's in that thing. But Epsilon never gets picked up by the meta, nor is he alive when the meta symbol is created. So it's possible that Xi didn't exist either when the meta symbol was created. Now, in the meta symbol, we see Sigma, Omega, Epsilon, Iota, Gamma, Delta. Oh, and we see Xi. But when we see all the AI that are in the meta later on, Xi's not one of them, and Epsilon's not one of them. Instead, Eta has been picked up, and Theta has been picked up. Not to mention, Beta, Tex got picked up. And I say Eta and Iota were both picked up, while you can't see them both. If you look at them closely, you can see a little yellow and a little bit of blue. And as we saw in other seasons, there are times where they merge together to work together. Not to mention, that is why I think Yellow Church would actually be called Xi. And on a keyboard, Xi would probably be spelled like this, which I'll get back to at another time. That's all I can say until I get into the prophecy and answer this one question.
Oh, come on, man. Isn't this one of the aliens that built you?
Yes, but I do not know much about those creatures.
Who gave Gary the knowledge of the prophecy?
I was only programmed with knowledge of viciousness.
As we see later on in the show, Director Church of Project Freelancer is the one who created him. He's a fragment of the Alpha, and he was a product of the torture. Now, how would that give him information on the prophecy? First off, if the director had information on the prophecy, why would he give that to his AI? Maybe for training purposes? I don't know, but the question would be, wouldn't there be more important things to do with that information? Not to mention, how would he have even gotten that information? You would think that would be an important chunk of knowledge to share. And then, as far as the alien that the Reds and Blues encounter, I don't know how they could have given him the information on the prophecy, because we never see Wyoming or Gamma come in contact with a Sangheili, which is the name of that species, until after the prophecy had been brought up. And that also would be important to show us a key detail to fill in that blank. Who do I think gave Gary the information on the prophecy? The Great Destroyer? I think it was the Engineer. See, the Engineer is an alien from the Halo universe that's essentially a fleshy supercomputer created by an ancient race of beings called the Forerunners. In this universe, I don't see why it couldn't serve a similar purpose. Why else would they use it for that plot point in the Project Freelancer saga? We see a scene where the director and the counselor are torturing the Alpha to split him again, and when he does split, they bring out this alien called the Engineer, and they tell it to fix what's been broken. And so they take the broken fragments, put it together into a piece, and put it into a memory storage unit, creating a new AI. I think it's possible that when the AI pieces run through the supercomputer of this alien, it instilled information of the prophecy into Gary. Not only that, but I think he gave information on the prophecy to every fragment of the Alpha AI. I've said before that Project Freelancer has been known to steal assets from Charon Industries, and in Season 9, we saw the Freelancers steal something called the sarcophagus, which we later on learn has the Engineer in it. And since the original place that Project Freelancer tried to steal the sarcophagus from was a cryogenics facility based off of the Halo 3 map Blackout, that would explain why inside of Church's mind looks like the Halo 2 map Lockout, which is essentially what Blackout was based off of. I mean, then there's the fact that the fan guide is just kind of telling us, seeing as how the sarcophagus wasn't written about when O'Malley and Wyoming were trying to take Junior. And to fully properly explain what knowledge was passed to which AI fragments on the prophecy, I'm going to explain the entire prophecy of Red vs. Blue, and I'll fill in the gaps as I go.
Hello. You are early.
Me?
You're not supposed to be here for another 1,856 years.
What is this place?
Hey. I kind of need to use this scene for my time travel theory video. Hey, I was hoping I could use this scene for my Yellow Church video. Hey, I gotta use this scene for my Great Prophecy video. Really, dude? Again? I really need to use this scene. Come on.
The fuck are you guys talking about?
This is the housing facility for the Great Weapon. I am the keeper of the Great Weapon. You are the Great Destroyer. You will demolish this facility, kill me, steal the Great Weapon, and bring about the Great Doom for billions of people.
What are you talking about?
Your coming has been foretold by the Great Prophecy.
Does your society have any other adjectives besides great?
The Great Prophecy warns the Great Destroyer will be a blue being.
And you think that's me?
The blue being will be known as the stupidest life form in the universe.
Wait a second. This Destroyer guy. He dresses like me, but he's dumber than anyone else in existence.
Mr. Sergeant! Mr. Sergeant!
In a way, all the things Gary told Church about Caboose were true. Everything about the Great Destroyer? It added up. First, I'll explain the situation the Reds and Blues were in. So when the Reds and Blues woke up in the desert, they had no idea where they were. They thought they were thrown into the future and all that stuff. While they were hanging out in the desert trying to figure out what to do, they received a distress call from Tex from their Jeep.
Come in. Does anyone read me? Over.
What the? Who's that?
This is Freelancer Tex. I have found O'Malley's base. I repeat,
O'Malley?
I found O'Malley's
Son of a...
base.
Where is she?
They seem to be holed up in some kind of fortress.
They follow the coordinates and they meet up with Tex at this building with a giant windmill. O'Malley's inside, and he's with Lopez's head and the leader of the Red Grunts from Beaver Creek Base. He saw it as a pilgrimage, probably for the same reasons why he spoke about the Great Destroyer and the Beast and all that stuff in Beaver Creek. Most likely the visions from the Time Distortion Unit. Regardless, Tex's plan is to build a bomb, plant it inside the building with O'Malley inside, and blow it up. The problem is, she can't lift it. My guess is because now she doesn't have Omega inside her helmet, giving her the strength. Funny enough, Caboose is the only one who can carry it. So he takes it inside the temple, places it on the ground where Tex told him to place it. While the Reds and Blues are trying to infiltrate this place, Tex and Tucker take the top entrance near the windmill, where Tucker falls down into a hole, and this is where he finds the Great Sword. Tucker kills the Red Zealot, and then they all meet up inside the building. Meanwhile, Caboose has found a message left by Church.
Whatever you do, don't touch anything. Apparently you're this culture's version of the apocalypse. You're going to destroy this building and somehow bring about doom for their entire race.
No. That doesn't sound like me.
And whatever you do, don't touch the glowing weapon thing they have stored there.
Uh-oh.
And if you do, definitely don't bring it into the main building.
What's up, dogs?
Otherwise, the whole place is gonna lock down and you're gonna be trapped.
Would you stop saying bad things to come true?
Now, everyone's trapped inside, and this is the situation setting Caboose up to be the Great Destroyer, killing everybody inside, including the one who's claimed the Great Weapon, Tucker. Luckily, this is where Church finally comes out of the time loop and stops everything from happening, saving everybody from dying and Caboose becoming the Great Destroyer. This leaves Fate wide open for the next Great Destroyer to show up. Out of nowhere, this thing shows up and destroys all of O'Malley's robots and defeats O'Malley, causing him to retreat. Everybody thinks Tex did this. And while the Reds and Blues are now chilling at the temple, Gary starts spewing off about the Great Destroyer has arrived over and over again,
and Church, trying to get him to calm down, gets ambushed by an alien. And of course, out of all of them, Caboose is the one to confront the alien and calm it down and name it Crunchbite. While the Blues are trying to get to know the alien and figure out why he's here, they learn from him that everything they just went through with the windmill is the very first trial of the Great Journey, the alien's great prophecy. This is where the alien learns that Tucker claimed the great weapon that was there, the thing he was there to claim himself, and now Tucker has to go on this great journey with him, finish the journey, and fulfill the prophecy.
Okay, basically, he says he's pissed off. He says he came to claim some type of thing, and that the teal one took the thing, and now the thing is gone.
Who's the teal one?
You are, idiot.
No way, I'm Aqua. Teal's out. That thing that he's talking about must be that sword, and it's not broken, it's right there.
He says it only works for the hero who passes a trial of the windmill and retrieves it from his resting place. For everyone else, it might as well be broken.
Uh-oh. Trial? Please, I fell in a hole. That's not a trial.
And now you gotta go with him to fulfill the prophecy.
Fuck you.
This is what makes me say that the alien is the next great destroyer.
Sorry to fuck up your quest, dude, but I'm not going.
And if you don't go, he'll destroy the base and kill everybody here. Alright, well, have fun, guys.
Hey, your quest sounds fun. Come on, Tucker.
Which is what Gary said the Great Destroyer would do. And if you think about it, if Caboose had actually destroyed the temple with everyone inside, the alien would have shown up anyway, dug through the rubble, and found the sword, and gone on the great journey himself. This would inevitably cause him to become the Great Destroyer for reasons I'll explain later. The characters that go with Tucker and Crunchbite on this great journey is Caboose and Tex, who decides she's going to steal their reward at the end of the mission. The next stage of the great journey is the Great Burning Plains of Honka Hill. Andy tells them, while translating for the alien, that in this stage, Tucker has to face and defeat a great monster that's there.
Okay, these are the Great Burning Plains we talked about.
They don't look burning. They look burnt.
Hey, I recognize this place.
Get ready. He's gonna distract the monster, and you use your heroic powers to swoop in.
Heroic powers?
Yeah, you're the big hero from that prophecy, ain't you?
Oh, right. Boy, are you guys gonna be disappointed.
And don't forget, go for the weak spot in the armor.
Okay. Are we adding get killed to the end of the plan?
Go! What happened?
To what?
The big monster. It's dead, look!
That thing?
But when they go to face it, it's just a cow skull in the sand. The next phase of the Great Journey involves them staying at a swamp and resting. This is where Andy decides to tell them about another thing in the prophecy.
Hey, Caboose, what's wrong?
I think something is following us.
Yeah, it's been on us since we left. Part of the prophecy talks about something evil that tries to take the great weapon.
You mean my awesome dead monster killing weapon? It can have it.
It's attracted to it. It can't live without it.
That doesn't sound good.
At the time, they think it's Tex because she's trying to steal the sword from Tucker and wants to claim the reward at the end. But eventually this becomes obviously not true. Tucker also claims later that while he's sleeping in the swamp, the alien hovers over him creepily while he sleeps. The next stage of the Great Journey is the freezing plains of Blarganthia. This is where Caboose and Tucker see that the red and blue grunts are there guarding it, led by Agent Wyoming. This is where everybody, including Andy, learns that Tucker's sword is actually a key.
Tucker, use the key and open the gates.
Key? What key? I don't have a key.
Your sword! Use the sword!
Oh god, the sword is a key? Just when I thought this couldn't get any lamer. What is that thing?
The ship! What ship? No one told me about a ship!
Before the alien fully departs, he notices that one of the red and blue grunts are about to kill Tucker and Caboose, so he spins around, shoots him, and kills the grunt. Unfortunately, in that process, Wyoming takes a shot and kills the alien, destroying the ship, reverting the Great Destroyer status back to Caboose. Meanwhile, Tex breaks off from the group to go chase Agent Wyoming, but first kills all the red and blue grunts, who obviously come back to life later because of the time distortion unit. This is where she parts ways with the group temporarily to chase after Wyoming, until she returns to them before the final part of the prophecy in Blood Gulch. The next step of the Great Journey, the Blues return to Blood Gulch, thinking the prophecy's finished.
Hey, where's Tex?
Gone.
Where's the alien?
Dead.
Well, how'd the quest go?
Failed.
Yeah, I probably didn't even need to ask that last question, did I?
Yeah, I wouldn't say failed.
Where they meet up with Church, who's been dealing with the Reds this whole time. This is around the time where they learn Tucker is now sick. And they don't know what's wrong with him, so they risk it. So they call Doc to come help and diagnose the problem.
Please don't do it.
Who unfortunately is still possessed by O'Malley.
All right, fine.
Ha! Ha, you fool! And we want the $20 up front!
Fine.
And in cash!
Whatever!
Ah, you moron! If you'd used a credit card, you could have gotten airline miles!
Doc reveals that Tucker is pregnant.
He's pregnant.
Oh, good. Wait, what?
Preggers.
He's not pregnant! That's impossible!
Yeah! Unless the alien impregnated him. Because that's what they do. They infect the host with a parasitic embryo.
Now, with Tucker giving birth to an alien baby, who also has the power to use the sword, O'Malley being in the canyon, the next member of the prophecy rears its head. The Great Retriever. It's assumed that his job is to show up, grab Junior, reunite him with the sword, and have him fulfill the prophecy, bringing emancipation to the entire alien species. The Great Retriever has studied his entire life to prepare for the coming of the Great One. When he first witnesses the signs indicating the rise of the Great Destroyer, he boarded a transport for human space and waited for his calling. Upon the passing of the vessel, my guess being the alien, the Great Retriever knew his moment was at hand. Venturing into human space, he located the Holy Valley and found a human vessel which agreed to assist him once awoken, being Captain Flowers. The vessel at first did not understand his quest, but upon the birth of the Great One, it was blessed with sudden knowledge and stands ready to assist him in the Great Revival. At discovering this, Project Freelancer sends a ship to Blood Gulch.
Ship's here.
With one soldier on it to replace Captain Flowers, who died on the blue team, this soldier being Griff's sister, Kakaina. This ship was meant to replace the ship that the alien was blown up in. Now this was obviously there for a cover, and Omega, now having left Doc's body and possessed Captain Flowers, so they can take over the Great Retriever's mission. Agent Wyoming shows up, using the time distortion unit to help. This is where they learn Tucker's sword is connected to the time distortion unit because he can see every iteration of time that Wyoming puts them through. And eventually, after defeating Wyoming, there are dead Wyomings everywhere. Yellow Church is pushed out of Caboose's head when they're trying to chase Omega. Yellow Church is sent back in time. And then eventually, when they disclose their plan to Tex and Church, Tex realizes as a freelancer it's her job to help end the war. So she actually allows Omega to jump into her head. And once that happens, Tex grabs the Great Retriever, Junior, the sword, Wyoming's helmet, and jumps upon the ship. Now at the moment, Gamma had taken over the tank because Sheila was put into the ship because the Reds and Blues thought she was possessed by Omega. Turns out that's not the case. Eventually, the Reds and Blues defeat Gamma and upload him into the ship so Sheila can keep him behind a firewall. So now, on the ship, is Tex, the Great Retriever, Junior, Gamma, Sheila, the Time Distortion Unit, Omega, the Sword, and Tucker's the hero, Caboose is the Great Destroyer, and Tex goes to take off so she can bring Junior to Project Freelancer and take over the aliens. The Reds have planted Andy inside the ship, and then once the ship explodes, they think the prophecies failed. Here is where I think Gamma was given more information than just the Great Destroyer and where the key was. Since there was basically a member of Project Freelancer at every stage of the Great Journey minus the swamp, I'd say that Project Freelancer was told by Gamma the information about the Great Journey as well, including the Great Retriever. See, Omega and the Zealot were at the windmill, Wyoming and the Red and Blue Grunts were at the freezing plains, and they also knew about the Great Retriever's plans. That's why I think Gary knew about the whole prophecy. And I think at this point, it's quite obvious that Omega represents the darkness in the prophecy, seeing as how he tried to take over Junior and the alien race, and tried to claim the sword as well to do it. Because O'Malley is at the windmill, and the building with the windmill looks like it's man-made, I'd probably say the part of that building that's part of the prophecy is the temple that's built around the human building and the windmill. And the reason why the building has a lockdown feature, if the weapon goes inside, is probably because if O'Malley took it, he could be locked in the building, so the Freelancer could use him to take over the aliens. As far as Yellow Church, or Xi, goes, since he was created by the time loop being used to stop the Great Destroyer, and then he was in Cabooses' head, most likely when Caboose was about to become the Great Destroyer, and then when the alien became the Great Destroyer, and they both witnessed him be destroyed in the ship, and then they saw the ship show up with Sister in it that was supposed to replace that destroyed ship, and then he claimed the image of Sister who was in that ship, and then sent back in time to the time loop that was created to stop the Great Destroyer that created Yellow Church. I would say Xi probably represents the Great Destroyer. I also find it interesting that Yellow Church being sent back in time and text being distorted to the future mirrors the beginning of this whole situation where Church was sent back in time and the Reds and Blues were distorted to the future. And the fact that Yellow Church was created by the time loop which started the whole prophecy, and then by the end of this first iteration, Yellow Church was sent back to the beginning of all that, reminds me of a quote from Season 9 of Red vs. Blue that Church says.
It's like when a computer tries to solve a problem. Do you know what recursion is?
Yeah, I love that movie.
No, it's like a thing where a computer tries a number of different iterations to solve a problem. Then when it gets to the end, it returns all those solutions back up the line to the first iteration, and then it has its solution.
Now, if recursion applies to the whole concept of Church and Tex trying to find each other, and there are multiple iterations in a time loop with Church, multiple iterations in a time loop with Wyoming, seems like there's a lot of different iterations in this show. I'd say the prophecy is no exception. The next AI under the microscope is Sigma. The Meta, a very interesting character, because while you can't tell, the character's been through quite a transformation. Originally, the Meta was known as Agent Main, a Project Freelancer. The first step down the path of becoming the Meta started during the heist, when the Freelancers were sent to steal the sarcophagus, which had the engineer in it. In the room where they found the sarcophagus was a bunch of alien weapons, and Agent Main decided he was going to ditch his battle rifle for a brute shot that he found on the table. And then, when they were trying to escape with the sarcophagus, Agent Main unfortunately found himself victim to the sleeveless ODST that shot him in the throat 9 times, which took away his voice. Once Project Freelancer started making AI using the sarcophagus, Carolina was asked to give her AI to Agent Main so he can speak, that AI being Sigma. And then he decided to start wearing security shoulders. Sigma's trait was ambition and creativity. And like I said in my Yellow Church video, at one point in Season 10, we see Sigma is very interested in becoming fully human, and so he's trying to figure out what AI he'd need to pick up to achieve the meta stage, the stage an AI could be considered fully human and be self-aware. And on the screen, we see him putting a bunch of Greek letters together, AI designation names, what he goes to call the meta symbol later. Over time, as Sigma gives Main the ability and the strength to take down the sleeveless soldier that shot him in the throat, he ends up becoming corrupted by Sigma, and eventually, Sigma completely takes over Agent Main's mind, making him become the Meta. The first AI he successfully steals from a Freelancer is Ada and Iota, who he rips out of Carolina's head, which he follows up with throwing her off of a cliff, making everybody believe she was dead. And it all started with Sigma. This is not the Sigma symbol, however. This is the Epsilon symbol. They look very similar, And funny enough, Epsilon is the one he didn't get. Instead, he ended up getting Eta. This is my theory on how Sigma and Epsilon play a big part in the prophecy. While Agent Maine had Sigma, Agent Washington is the one who was given Epsilon. It didn't stay that way, because Epsilon is based off of the Director and the Alpha's memories. This means that when Washington got him in his head, not only did he remember everything the Director knows, but he knows everything that happened to the Alpha. He felt all of his pain, his misery from being tortured and being fragmented, his loss of Tex, and everything. And this made him go insane, so shortly after, they removed Epsilon and stuck him into a storage facility. Memories of pain are not the only thing Epsilon left behind in Washington's head, however. Around the same time that Agent Washington was decommissioned as a freelancer because of his, at the moment, insanity and what he may know about what the Director's been doing this whole time, is around the same time that the Meta went rogue and stole Eta and Iota from Carolina. Wash stayed off commission until the miniseries Recovery 1, where he was designated Recovery 1 and sent to retrieve AI and armor abilities from dead freelancers that have been killed in the field. Or in this case, killed by the Meta. Now the aliens were wrong. The green one, the blue one, they were wrong about their fate in the prophecy. That's why things didn't go the way they were supposed to, because Epsilon left the mark of the Great Retriever in Agent Washington's head. And Recovery 1 was the beginning of his journey as that character. Now in Recovery 1, Agent Washington has been sent to take down the Meta and recover all the armor abilities and AI from the freelancers that the Meta has killed. Now during all this is when Agent Tex is split off of the group during the Great Freezing Plains to chase Wyoming. She finds Wyoming in this secluded fortress island.
And as much as I hate to admit it, I'm gonna need some help.
Now she goes and finds her friend, Agent York, who was one of the freelancers who helped her with the break-in. He has Delta, the AI fragment of Logic.
A little payback would be nice.
We're in.
Now the two of them team up and attack Wyoming's base, because York is a lockpick, so he can get them in. Now once they get in, Wyoming and all the red and blue grunts attack. Tex and York are kicking ass, and then at a certain point, York ends up getting shot by Wyoming, and he gets killed. Once he dies, they think that Delta gets deleted in the armor as precaution, and after Tex ends up defeating all the reds and blue grunts that are there, she ends up trying to interrogate Wyoming and figure out why the hell he's doing this, in which then he teleports away.
Well, what did Wyoming say when he woke up? He didn't. Before I could interrogate him, he teleported away.
If Agent Wyoming's armor ability is time travel, that could actually fix a continuity error that's in Recovery 1. Tex says when she saw Wyoming at the island and knocked him out, before she could interrogate him, he just teleported away. But then when Washington was there in Recovery 1, Wyoming was back. And so it's very possible that instead of disappearing from Tex, he just teleported forward into the future to see how the outcome of that fight would turn out, thus running into Agent Washington. Agent Washington showed up at that fortress because his recovery beacon notified him that Agent York was killed. Now, as he's showing up at the fortress, he's talking to Command.
Recovery 1, this is Command. We have a level 1 distress signal. Immediate response necessary.
I just wrapped that up, Command. I'm headed home.
Negative, Recovery 1. This is a new signal.
That's the 5th one this month.
Affirmative.
Alright, send me the coordinates.
Now, the other three we never get to see, but it seems like a continuity error because the only freelancers that we see the AI get stolen from by the Meta are on screen, and those three freelancers we never get to see what they have, AI or armor ability-wise. Now, this is where I think that can be explained. Now, the last time we see the Meta before his rampage is when he throws Carolina off the cliff. When we see his shoulder pads there, I believe they're both security shoulders. But then when we see him in Season 6, a year after the events of Recovery 1, he has two new shoulder pads. One of them is a CQB, and the other one is an EOD. And they're both brown instead of white like his previous armor. And yeah, a few spots on his armor are different colors. And it reminds me of when Bernie, in the commentary for Season 6, was talking about how the meta looks the way he does because he wanted him to look all patchworky, different types of armors and whatnot, to show that he stole armors from other freelancers as he killed them. Now, I think it's possible that those shoulder pads are ones he stole from those other freelancers, not armor abilities, not AI, just armor. Because when Agent Washington shows up to find another freelancer dead, Agent North, who is Agent South's twin brother, the AI Agent North had that was stolen by the meta was Theta.
Yeah.
Level 1, South. Something you want to tell me?
I'm sure you already know.
I need you to confirm it.
He still had Theta.
You guys knew he had Theta?
Recovery 1, please respond to the previous inquiry.
He's surprised that Agent North still had his AI because he thought they were all taken away, so he couldn't have thought that those other 3 freelancers had AI. So it's possible those are just pieces of armor he stole from them. Maybe because he got attacked by Project Freelancer or the UNSC and he needed to repair himself. Hence probably why he's in the city in Recovery 1 when Wash and South team up to take him down. And the third freelancer that could have been killed is the one who wore that brown and red armor we see the meta in Recovery 1. Now you can't see it like directly, but if you slow down the frame when he passes by, you see he's wearing regular armor. Not a big domed helmet, he's wearing armor just like all the other characters, but it's brown with red on it. And he could have been wearing that because he's trying to repair his other armor. Once Agent Washington finally faces the meta in Recovery 1, he's collected Delta from York's dead body.
It's cheaper to recover you than it is to delete you.
And he's also picked up Agent South, who was with Agent North when he was killed. This is where Agent South betrays Wash, shoots him in the back, steals Delta. Now, luckily, Wash survived from getting shot because he had York's healing unit. A year later is when Agent Tex's ship crashes in a base called Valhalla. Here is where the meta finally shows up, steals Omega, Gamma, the Time Distortion unit, and the Invis unit that Tex had, and picks up Agent Texas. Now this is the point where Sigma, the AI that wants to be alive and needs specific AI to do it, picked up Omega, the Darkness, who needed the weapon to survive. Those two things that sound very similar. And since Omega, the Darkness, is one of the AI that the meta needs to become fully human, Omega now acting as a torch, passed to Sigma to become the Darkness who can't live without the weapon. This is around the time now that Agent Washington is healed up and is sent after the meta one more time. And this will lead both of them to the true Trial of the Windmill. And Agent Washington will start his official journey as the Great Retriever.
Do you still have your old suit of armor?
Of course. Wait. Why? Oh, great.
When I think about Red vs. Blue, Season 6, 7, and 8, the Recollection trilogy, the first thing I usually think about is my first apartment. When I first moved in there, all I ever watched was Red vs. Blue and Saw, which is part of the reason why I used Saw as a comparison in my Yellow Church video. At that time, the only seasons I owned were the Blood Gulch Chronicles and Season 9, and I was waiting for Season 10 to release episodes, so it was a while ago. And I had finally decided I was going to buy Season 6, 7, and 8. I wish back then I had noticed the theories that I have now. I think it would have definitely enhanced my viewing of those seasons. Wait a minute. I've got a time machine! Red vs. Blue Season 6 Reconstruction is the first trial of the actual prophecy, the trial of the windmill. Now, while that was said to have happened in Season 4 and 5, it doesn't go the way they plan, but however, it did set up the building blocks for the actual prophecy. In Season 5, we saw an alien called the Great Retriever who believed himself to be the one who was supposed to reunite the hero with the weapon so he could fulfill the prophecy. Recovery 1, I said in my last video, was the story of the real Great Retriever starting his journey, Agent Washington. In Season 6, Agent Tex's ship crashes in Valhalla, a year after it exploded. When this happens, Omega starts wreaking havoc on both teams, and eventually the Meta shows up, steals Omega, Gamma, Tex, the Time Distortion Unit, and the Invis Unit, kills everybody there except for one guy. After hearing the story of what the Meta's done, the Counselor decides he's going to send Agent Washington to hunt down and stop the Meta, who in Season 6 becomes the next Darkness.
If our suspicions are correct, the Meta has made another addition, the Omega AI.
It was Omega and Tex, right?
Because the Meta has Omega, he's told by the Counselor to find the soldiers that have the most experience with the Omega AI, which would be the Reds and Blues. Agent Washington goes to Blood Gulch, where the Reds and Blues were, finds out they've all been relocated except for Sarge, who ignored his relocation orders, and Sister, who we never get an explanation as to why she's still there, except for the fact that Sarge needed a reason to ignore his relocation orders.
You want Caboose then? He got infected for a little while, I think.
Great. Caboose, do you know where he is?
Of course.
Okay, so the part I mentioned before about the alien dying, so therefore the Great Destroyer title reverting back to Caboose, that starts now. Agent Washington shows up to Rat's Nest, and he finds out that the blue team there has locked Caboose in the brig. Agent Washington inquires as to what's going on.
He said he was good with vehicles. All he does is talk to them. Talk to them! What the hell is that all about?
And he's basically destroyed all of their vehicles that they have, including their tank. When they find out that Agent Washington needs Caboose for this particular mission, they are really happy, and they decide they're going to go free him from the brig to give him to Agent Washington and pass the trouble to him. In the process, Joannis gets killed.
I'm not taking any more chances.
Oh! Why?
Shut up, Joannis.
Caboose comes out, and Agent Washington realizes how stupid Caboose is.
Is it my brother? Was my brother killed? That's it, isn't it? My brother's dead!
No, nothing like that.
Oh, good. Because I don't even have a brother.
When he finally gets Caboose to come with him.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Just try to stay quiet.
Caboose tells him the next person they need to pick up is Church. Now, Church's location wasn't supposed to be known by anybody, especially Caboose, because Church didn't want him finding him.
And you're sure this is where we can find this guy?
I think so. We all found out our new orders at the same time. He tried to hide his from me so I would not know where he was.
And he knows about Freelancer as well.
Oh, yeah, he knows the most. He knows all about your AI, Gabe.
When Agent Washington and Caboose get to High Ground, which is the base he's stationed at,
Sayonara, biatch! Oh, come on! What the fuck? Church! Church! It's me! Your all-time best friend! Caboose? Yes! Church, it's me! I had missed you so much! It has been so long! Seriously, get the fuck out of here!
Oh no. Then I guess we'll have to just walk through the huge hole in your secure wall.
Fine, I'll open the fucking gate.
Okay, well, sorry the place is so messy. I would have cleaned up if I'd known you guys were coming. But hey, no one called ahead.
How long have you been here?
I've been here 14 months.
What? Over a year? By yourself?
this being because he is the Alpha. And after everything that happened in Season 5 with the prophecy, he's been relocated so that nobody can find him. This is being done because I believe the whole idea of getting Church with the time loop in Season 3 didn't work, because clearly he found a way to escape. Agent Washington basically tells Church that he needs to come with Caboose and him so that they can try to hunt down the Meta.
Now that the ship from your canyon has crashed, we think it's more powerful than ever. It gains new abilities every time it kills.
Wait, whoa. You found Tex's ship?
We believe so.
Where?
Come with me, and I'll show you.
Okay, I'm in.
Which, by the way, people ignore this,
because it took a year to crash, and no one realizes that it just now, as long as Church has been there, has been found. You know, time travel just, didn't exist until season 15 in this series, Once they finally get to the crash site, this is where the three of them get denied entry, so they have to basically find the bluest way possible to get to the crash site.
Hey, maybe there's like a cool nightclub nearby that you can't get us into either. That would be awesome.
What do you think he'll do for a distraction?
Make a noise or throw a rock. That's what I would do. Or he could do that. Okay, let's go.
Yes, I don't want to. You see, I am scared of the thing that I don't know what it is.
Oh, don't be a baby. How bad could it be? Ow! That was fucking bullshit!
Afterwards, Church, Caboose, and Agent Washington listen to the crash logs. The crash logs reveal that it crashed very quickly after the bomb exploded, revealing more of the fact that it took a year to crash while it seemed like it was an instant for Tex. More time distortion stuff that people say didn't exist. While they're doing this, Agent Washington gets a ping on his recovery beacon.
Agent South.
Roger that. Yeah, she's in trouble, Wash.
Yes. Yes, she is.
This is the part where we finally get Delta brought into the equation. I don't think they ever tell us why, but for some reason, Agent South followed Agent Washington to high ground earlier when he had found Church. However, I believe the real reason she followed him is unknown to her, and I'll reveal later on. Now, when the three of the heroes get there, they find that the Meta is attacking South because he wants Delta and her armor abilities. She decides she's going to drop Delta so that the Meta can get him so she can survive, just like she did with her brother, and just like she did with Agent Washington. Now, after the three of them jump in to help her, using Caboose's stupidity as their own weapon.
Hello? Hey, see that purple one? She's on our team. You should help her. Okay! Okay, we're good.
The Meta decides to use his time distortion unit to slow down time because time distortion doesn't exist, right? But anyway, as he does this, his power in his suit diminishes and he decides he has to flee. He doesn't have the chance to kill everybody. With all the armor abilities and all the AI, his suit just can't handle all of that output. When he does, this is where Agent Washington finds out that the Meta now has Agent Wyoming's time distortion unit, which was also on the ship with Tex. Being the reason why it took the ship a year to crash. Alright, I'll get off of that, but I'm just trying to make a point. Once this happens, they corner South, they interrogate her, and they give the Great Destroyer Delta. And Wash and Delta come to the conclusion that it's time to kill her, because she's just going to kill them anyway. After discussing the situation a little bit, they decide that the place that the Meta probably went was to the windmill, a familiar place where the Great Prophecy's journey started the first time, so he can fully power his suit. Because Omega's been there before, and he has Omega. This is where the next stage of the prophecy takes place. While Agent Washington is the actual Great Retriever, and the Meta is now the Darkness, Church has taken Tucker's place as the hero, because he was the AI that the director had been torturing and experimenting on this whole time. And he's basically the good half of the director. And if you think about all the AI that ended up with Watch Freelancers, Agent Main ended up with Sigma, he became the Meta. Agent Washington ended up with Epsilon, and he became the Great Retriever. Caboose got Yellow Church, or Xi, as my theory suggests, and he has become the Great Destroyer. Church, the Alpha, ended up with Agent Florida when he went into hiding. Agent Florida, who changed his name to Captain Flowers, and then when he died, his armor ended up being stolen by Tucker. So essentially, adding a few extra steps, Church ended up with Tucker. Tucker is the one who claimed the sword in the first iteration of the prophecy as the Chosen One. And because Church is the only reason why Tucker and any of the Reds and Blues survived in Season 3, because of the time loop, Church is technically the reason why Tucker is the great hero. My theory also suggests that Epsilon didn't just turn Agent Washington into the Great Retriever, but also plays as the Great Key for the hero. Mainly since Agent Washington's ultimate goal is to get the Alpha AI and then reunite him with his memories, thus using that to take down the director. The director who's been misusing his Project Freelancer program for his own benefit, leading to the creation of the Meta. This iteration's Darkness. They show up and they try to take down the Meta. In the process, the Reds show up and end up attacking the Blues and Washington and pretty much derail the plan because the Meta, once he found out that Agent Washington was chasing him, contacted Sarge and sent him a fake message saying that, Wash and the Blues had reassembled, and because Sarge is a Red, he can't stand for that shit. And so Sarge, Griff, and Simmons, who are also at Rat's Nest with Caboose on the opposite side, came together, showed up at the windmill to fight the Blues. But then when Wash and Church tell them what's going on with the Meta, they decide to help.
You don't think they're really working with the Meta, do you? Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God!
Caboose ends up getting knocked out by the Meta, and Delta is stolen, thus becoming part of the Meta. Now this is where we learn what the engineer gave to Delta as far as information on the prophecy. Now that Caboose is knocked out, they're trying to figure out why he won't wake up. And when Agent Washington's not paying attention, Church jumps into his head, using his ghost powers, which is just his AI abilities, and inside he sees a mental image of Delta, who reveals he's just a recording left behind by Delta.
Please tell Agent Washington that memory is the key.
Memory is the key. Memory is the key? What does that mean?
Wash will know.
Okay, seriously. Does it have to be a riddle? Can't you just tell me what you want me to do? How hard would that be?
The way Agent Washington takes this is that in their first meeting, he told Delta that it's cheaper to recover an AI than it is to delete it. And to him, that means that Epsilon's still alive. Delta's importance in the trial of the windmill is because he knows that memory is the key. Caboose having him lets Caboose know that Epsilon is the key. Epsilon is the key he's supposed to end up with as the Great Destroyer. Agent Washington, as the Great Retriever, knows that Epsilon is the key he has to reunite with the hero. Church, being the hero, needs to reacquire his memories. And the Darkness, the Meta, now knows that memory is the key he needs to make himself completely human, to have an AI that is intelligent. Epsilon, being the memory of the Alpha being considered an intelligent AI, he could probably serve as an intelligent AI. And as Wash said at one point in time,
and if you get your hands on a smart AI, you can be damn near unstoppable.
What, like smart like Delta here?
Smart means something entirely different for AIs than it does for people.
This is why South thought it was necessary to follow Agent Washington secretly, because she had Delta, and Delta was subconsciously letting her know that since memory's the key, Wash is the Great Retriever, and he's supposed to retrieve that key for the hero. She was going to grab that AI subconsciously. Whether or not that was her actual intention, that's what Delta was telling her.
Where are we going?
Delta was right. Memory is the key.
But what does that mean?
It means that only one thing remembers everything about these AI and where they come from. It will know how to stop them. We need to unlock the Alpha. And that means we're going home. We're going to command.
He's in an AI containment facility. So now Agent Washington's mission is to take Church, Caboose, and the Reds to command, where the AI containment center is.
Seemed like it was too easy.
Wash, you're gonna learn when you work with us? There's no such thing as too easy. You're just being paranoid.
Yeah. You're probably right.
When they get there, he has the Reds and Caboose stand guard at the entrance of the facility while he takes Church down into the labyrinth of information cells, which kind of, in some places, look like a Jedi library.
And one of these things is Alpha?
And there he reveals to Church that he's the Alpha. He reveals to Church that Epsilon is his memories, and this is him trying to reunite the hero with the key. Because I believe the engineer basically gave Delta the information that Epsilon is the great key. Because Tucker's great sword was a key. So Tucker is to the sword as Church is to Epsilon. Speaking of Tucker...
Hello! Come in, Command! Do you read Command? Why isn't anyone answering?
At the time that this is happening, the Reds and Caboose hear Tucker on the radio asking for help in the desert. Because Tucker's already finished the trial of the windmill and claimed the alien sword, he doesn't have to redo it. He's in the desert, which I'll explain later.
Tell them we found what we're looking for and it's under the sand.
Now, Wash gives Epsilon to the Reds and to Caboose so they can get him out of range of an EMP that Wash is going to set off, so they can use Epsilon to take down the Director as evidence. Initially, after all of this, Church tries to deny his destiny and go with the Reds and Blues.
What? Wash, I don't give a shit about any of this. I hate you, I hate the freelancers, I hate everything about you guys. This isn't my fight. It's yours. It's your fight more than anyone else's. I don't care what you say. No, it isn't. Church, you'll never get another shot at fixing all of this. I know you don't believe what I've told you, but you need to ask yourself, what if I'm right? If I am, or if you have any doubts, not finding out will haunt you for the rest of your life. Not just finding out about you, but finding out about everyone close to you as well. It's your choice. What's it going to be?
Meanwhile, Agent Washington is trying to lure the Meta down into the AI containment center.
Feed the Meta as far away from the base as possible. I just hope there's enough time.
He's falling for it! Gun it, Griff!
Hold on, everyone!
With the chance that he'll try to steal all those AI, and then he's going to hit the EMP and kill all the AI in the Meta and in the facility. The only evidence being left is Epsilon. And while down there, he ends up encountering the Director and the Counselor.
Agent Washington, good to see you again. There's someone else here who would like to speak with you.
Well, hello, Agent Washington.
The Director himself.
He reveals to them that Epsilon is the memories, he has the codes, and he knows everything that they've done since the moment that the AI was put in Wash's head. The Meta shows up, and the Director decides to order him to kill Agent Washington. And right before he does this, the Meta's asking to see the Alpha.
You know, Meta, why wait? Why don't you meet him right now? Hi there.
Revealing that Church did not go with Caboose and the Reds, like they tried to make it look like. Now, Church, pretty much embracing the fact that he's the Alpha, decides to help Wash, and pretending that he's in denial of being an AI, accepting his fate.
When the EMP goes off, I'll be fine. It only affects computers, remember? And I am a motherfucking ghost.
Jumps into the Meta's head, temporarily paralyzing him, sacrificing himself to save the day. And Agent Washington hits the EMP, kills all the AI, including Alpha, inside the Meta, destroying all the information inside the facility. The Red's Jeep gets stalled by the EMP, but luckily, Caboose gets away with the Epsilon AI. And the next thing we see is the Reds and Caboose have been given the Valhalla bases that had been attacked by the Meta at the beginning of Season 6. This is their new base. Funny enough, Valhalla is said to be the resting place of fallen heroes. And this is where we see Caboose does not actually give Epsilon to the authorities. Caboose, the last known Great Destroyer, now has the Epsilon AI. Just like Gamma said, the Great Destroyer claimed the Great Key. And next is Season 7. Season 7 being the next step of the Great Prophecy, the Great Burning Plains.
Send help now!
These are the Great Burning Plains we talked about.
They don't look burning. They look burnt.
Hey, I recognize this place.
Get ready. He's gonna distract the monster, and you use your heroic powers to swoop in.
Heroic powers?
Yeah. You're the big hero from that prophecy, ain't you?
Oh, right. Boy, you guys gonna be disappointed.
And don't forget, go for the weak spot in the armor. Go! What happened?
To what?
The big monster. It's dead, look!
That thing? You gotta be kidding me.
You guys were here already?
This is the original trial of the Great Burning Plains, and funny enough, where the Reds and Blues woke up when they were thrown into the future. To understand the whole next part of my theory, I'm going to show you a clip from one of my previous videos about the time travel, explaining how the Reds and Blues woke up in the desert in the first place. Here's one thing that I've never heard anyone talk about, and it's weird because there's a whole scene about it.
Now I want you to look at this picture.
Oh, hey! I know where that is.
Which of the following best describes this picture? Would you say it is A, the new location where your team was assigned, B, the source of a mysterious energy reading, or C,
that's just where we landed.
Where you landed? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, we were defusing a bomb by this guy Omega, but then the bomb went off and it was such a huge explosion that it totally threw us into the future, and we landed there in that place.
I'm not sure I understand. The future?
That kind of indicates that Project Freelancer didn't have any idea what was going on with the time travel. Maybe they know that Wyoming has the time distortion unit, obviously, but doesn't seem like from that sentence that they knew the Reds and Blues were just thrown into the future. Another piece of evidence that kind of goes with that whole thing.
So, then after that, they transferred me to that new base. I guess we left before we were supposed to do what they wanted us to.
That's a pretty crazy story, Donut.
Your friend from Red Team described a location nearby with a strange energy source.
Oh, that's where Tucker is.
The Freelance Project found a source of intense energy, so a scenario team was sent to investigate the area, but they left without doing anything.
They sound dumb.
Indeed. This place sounds like the location of the energy source. You should go there and investigate. We can explain more when the opportunity arises.
Okay, I can help you do that.
The fact that the counselor, while talking to Donut, shows him the picture of the Great Burning Plains and says that that's the place where they were sent to investigate a mysterious energy reading. And later on, it's mentioned that the dig site in Season 7 and 8 is where a mysterious energy reading was sent, tells me that those are the same locations, if not the exact same location, the same desert areas near each other. You see, it sounds like, according to the counselor, the Reds and Blues were doing stuff before they were sent to the desert. Not woken up in the desert, but sent to the desert. How could the Reds and Blues be sent to the desert by command if they were at that moment being sent into the future to the desert? I think they were sent to the desert by command, but they were viewing time so fast they thought they were teleported. But really, they were living life at normal speed. In my time travel video, I basically explained the evidence throughout the show that suggests this is possible, but to shorten it up here, basically the bomb blew up, damaged the time distortion unit, affected the Reds and Blues to the point where time sped up for them, so they thought it was instant time travel to the future. Funny enough, the time travel kind of influences parts of the prophecy and how it unwinds. Because it started right after the Reds and Blues woke up from their time loop. Them being in the time loop in the first place when they were sent to the dig site is now the reason they now have to return to Honka Hill in Season 7 for the real trial of the Great Burning Plains. Essentially what we know about Tucker between Season 5 and 6 was that he left to go find his son, Junior, and get his sword back. And we see that in a deleted scene for Season 5 where he was telling Church that he's going to go find him and he has to go, get them before someone else does. And then in the Red vs. Blue fan guide, we see that he actually traced that back to the alien home planet after he found Junior, and he learned how to use his sword a little bit better. But ultimately, it seems like in those 14 months between Season 5 and 6, after the aliens and humans signed their peace treaty, Tucker and Junior were sent to dig sites to negotiate.
Why you? We're like ambassadors here or something. Humans and aliens seem more comfortable with us since we're kind of, in between.
This led them back to the dig site that they were sent to in Season 3, but left because they had no idea that they were sent there. They thought it was time travel instead of time distortion. And they went back at the right time because luckily they were there to intercept CT and his crew. If you include the miniseries Relocated, Season 7 starts off with the Reds and Caboose settling into their new bases. Caboose is trying to create a new body for Epsilon so he can bring Church back from the dead, and the Reds are begrudgingly helping Sarge create a new weapon in the Warthog gun to activate an EMP which will stall the Jeep, and Lopez builds for Sarge a large hologram room to test this useless weapon. The trial starts when Donut returns from the desert with a message for Caboose and Church from Tucker.
I need to get someone on Blue Team a message. Tucker! Tucker? It's in the sand. It's in this Ed.
Donut says that after his meeting with Command, he was sent to aid Tucker, only to find a distress beacon. After a brief conversation with Epsilon, who he's been telling stories about the last 6 seasons, he decides that he will help Tucker and Donut. Next, he calls Agent Washington to get his help. Unfortunately, he was sent to jail for his part in Project Freelancer and for destroying government property with the EMP. While he can't help Caboose, he does learn, however, from him that Epsilon was never handed over to the feds, and now he has a way to bargain for his freedom, putting him on the next path for him as the Great Retriever.
Memory is the key.
But I thought we were done with that part.
Aha! Somebody is down here!
Since Caboose could only talk directly to Epsilon in the hologram room, the Reds catch him, and after Griff points out that they deleted the Blues from the command database and they can't win the war if they don't get credit, Sarge and Griff agree to help Caboose with his new mission, in hopes that they'll get a chance to put the Blues back in the system and get credit for killing them. Simmons and Lopez think this is stupid, so they stay behind, while Donut recovers. Caboose naturally brings Epsilon with him, and when Sarge, Griff, and Caboose arrive at the dig site, they run into a minefield and are saved by a mysterious soldier who goes by the name CT.
Walk 4 steps to your right. Yes.
Our right or our right?
There is no your right.
CT and his team are paired with an alien each.
Now, I'm sure you've heard about the treaties between aliens and people. We're here to investigate an energy reading.
The source of a mysterious energy reading.
Funny thing is, CT has a large vehicle known as an elephant in Halo lore, and it has a logo of a woolly mammoth on the side called Behemoth. Look at CT's helmet, and it looks like the mammoth. Brown face, small eyes, and the breathing devices on the sides are painted to look like the tusks. While at the dig site, CT is insistent that the guys hurry up and fix their Jeep, so they can leave, and things get more suspicious as it goes.
No, I don't think they know anything. You get back to the temple. Keep working on getting it open. I'll take care of these idiots.
Caboose, the destroyer, who has Epsilon, the key, starts getting nosy and snoops the area for a place to put Epsilon and make a new body. This pisses off CT and makes him more suspicious of the guys, and as things get intense, fire erupts from the temples.
Cover me! Fall back!
Hey guys, run for the temple! I'll cover you, hurry!
My Tucker! Is that you?
Yeah, of course it's me! Now move!
He distracts CT and his men long enough to get the guys safely into the temple and locks the doors. Tucker reveals that CT and his team killed the original team that was sent there, leaving just Tucker. He tells them that they were looking for an ancient weapon hidden here, and while they were talking, Caboose scurries off to look for a new body yet again.
Hey, so if you guys aren't doing anything, you want to help me go find Caboose?
Let's go.
This is when he comes across the orb, the weapon CT was looking for. And then the guys hear a voice in the tunnels with them. As they round the corner to see Caboose in the orb, who talks like church.
I can explain.
Who the fuck are these guys?
The destroyer put the key in the weapon, mirroring Tucker's sword, which was a key and a weapon. Now, as they talk to Epsilon, they learn that he's been told by Caboose to remember Church, the Alpha. The destroyer has essentially used the key and the weapon to resurrect the hero. While they dick around in the temple, Church learns that the orb has super functions that give him powers. Just like how Andy said the hero would have powers he would use to defeat the monster at the Burning Plains. He has telekinesis and a big laser eye. What we have now is the Great Destroyer, who used the key and weapon to bring back the hero, who now has powers to defeat the monster of the Burning Plains. CT. His helmet looks like the behemoth on the elephant, but that's not all. He has armor, just like Andy said, and Season 9 and 10 Freelancer Saga shows his origins that, in my opinion, cement the idea of him being the monster further. He was the leader of the insurrectionists, the team that guarded the engineer. We know the Freelancer stole the engineer from the insurrectionists, who we learned later are the Charon Industries security force. One of the Freelancers didn't agree with the missions they took and secretly helped Charon gain information about Project Freelancer. She even fell in love with the leader, Agent CT. Eventually, she goes AWOL and joins them fully during their mission to capture the leader in Season 10, and her team tracks her down to Longshore. After many battles that led to the Freelancers killing the security team, Agent Texas and Carolina fight CT and the leader, resulting in Tex killing CT. As Carolina yells at her for killing a teammate, the leader escapes with a wounded CT who dies on the escape pod from her injuries. This causes the leader to take her armor and claim her name after mourning for her, becoming the CT we see in Season 7. This is why he's the monster. He led the team that detained the engineer and helped those who probably experimented on it. Finally, CT's men break into the temple and start fighting, but once they shoot the orb, the aliens turn on CT's men because they worship the damn thing. The battle continues, and as CT flees with the orb containing Epsilon, Tucker destroys his Jeep.
Gotta time this now!
Whoa! Tucker, look, he's still alive!
While looking for CT, Tucker finds himself cornered on a ledge. Then out of nowhere, Epsilon shows up, and out of anger, he uses his laser eye and kills CT. Tucker and Epsilon together act as the heroes to defeat the monster, and after the battle, Sarge has Griff bury the dead soldiers.
And now I can't find them because the bodies were piled over here by these stone pillars, and then the wind came and blew sand all over the damn things.
So I guess they're already buried. Good job, dude.
I like the way you think.
Eventually, when Wash and Meta show up and dig in the sand to find the recovery beacon, they just unbury CT's helmet. It was painted to look like an animal's head with tusks, mirroring the cow skull in the original Burning Plains. I guess that means if Agent CT had gotten an AI, it would have been Moo. I know it's pronounced Mew, but I didn't know that before I wrote this joke. I've seen maybe one other person talking about the monster being CT, but I didn't see anybody comment on his post, and I think it was in the forums on the Rooster Teeth website. Most of the comments I ever really see on videos is, I love Caboose, or I miss church, or the weird one, the lyrics of the actual Red vs. Blue theme song. Like, think about that. Like, okay guys, like and subscribe, tell me what you think about the video in the comment section.
Roses are red, violets are blue, one day we'll
Okay, so, anyone else, what do you think?
Roses are red, and violets are blue.
What is the point of the comment section? But wait, why were Wash and Meta in the desert? Back at Valhalla, Donut meets with a new soldier who Simmons recognizes as the Meta.
Oh, fuck! Welcome to the neighborhood. See you later!
And Simmons, Lopez, and Donut prepare to either fight back or escape, until eventually all three are cornered at the Meta's Jeep. Luckily, Wash shows up to save them, until he tells them to give up Epsilon. Confused by Wash's statement, Lopez and Donut are suddenly shot and killed by Wash. Now Wash and the Meta, the Retriever and the Darkness, are after Epsilon together. This new turn of events will lead everyone to the next trial of the Great Quest.
It can't be. Tex? You're supposed to be dead.
Don't sound so disappointed. You'll make me cry.
In my list of favorite Red vs. Blue seasons that have been released so far, I'd have to say that Season 8's pretty high up there. Not my favorite, but it's one of my favorites. Not just because of the addition of the 3D animation that makes all the awesome action scenes and character interactions, but it seems to me that Season 8 wraps up the elemental trials of the Great Prophecy, the real Great Prophecy. I said that Season 6 covered the trial of the windmill, Season 7 was the Burning Plains, and now I feel like Season 8 ties the end of the Burning Plains into the real swamp and Great Freezing Plains. And I feel like it adds to the impact of the reason why the season's called Revelations. The season starts out with Doc arriving at Valhalla, and he radios command to confirm that he's shown up to the site that they've sent him to. And honestly, nobody answers him on the radio. And then Simmons sees him and starts calling for him to come down and help them, not knowing it's Doc. So Doc runs over to greet him, and as they realize they know each other, Doc attempts to be friendly and catch up with Simmons, and he realizes Donut is actually dead on the ground, and while he's trying to explain to Simmons that there's nothing really he can do for dead, Simmons starts to apologize and tell him he didn't know that they would send him. And Doc starts wondering why he's apologizing, and as he turns around, he notices Wash and Meta, now returning to the Great Prophecy.
He's sorry about us.
Wash, the Great Retriever, and Meta, the Darkness, are the ones who made Simmons call a medic, who just happened to be Doc, the vessel of the last darkness. So Wash and Meta are holding them captive so that they can find out where the Reds and Blues actually are, with Epsilon. Meanwhile, Sarge, Griff, Caboose, Tucker, and Epsilon are in the desert at the dig site, performing a eulogy for the aliens and the soldiers that died in the previous battle in Season 7. Where the aliens that used to follow CT are now worshipping Epsilon, who is the orb, the great key, within the great weapon. basically revived Epsilon as the memory of Alpha. While Epsilon tries to preach to the aliens,
I am the best.
Skip it.
Fine.
and be their deity, he starts having memory flashes.
In the beginning, there was darkness, and out from the darkness came a voice, and it said...
And he has a vision of Tex running into a temple nearby. It changes into a vision of her running into the blue base at Valhalla, which I believe that vision specifically is a memory of her running from the crashed Pelican into Blue Base when she crashed in Valhalla between season 5 and 6. I think Epsilon starts actually having the visions because he's an AI based off of memory, and he doesn't have a lot of those memories, and once he was put into the alien technology, which is so much more advanced than himself, it starts opening up all the possibilities of what his programming can do, and when he starts messing with his own long-term and short-term memory, that could be when that starts.
I think he's having another memory flash.
What?
Random memories that keep coming back to him. He's been getting them more and more lately, and I don't think he has any control over them.
I saw a canyon and a waterfall, and there was some kind of dark figure there.
A waterfall, huh? That's the second time you've talked about that.
Yeah, but where could that be?
That sounds like our new bases.
It does? It does!
The vision of Valhalla makes Sarge worry about what's going on there. And after calling Simmons on the radio and finding out he's held captive in the most insane way possible, Sarge and Griff find themselves having to go rescue Simmons. And Epsilon ends up following them out of curiosity, because maybe this will be the answer to his visions. After Simmons explains the concept of time distortion to Doc, Sarge and Griff end up saving Simmons, having their Jeep turn into a supervillain trampoline in the process. Epsilon arrives and distracts the meta long enough for the Reds to escape through the hole in the wall that Griff created with his Jeep. And he starts to remember things once he gets to Blue Base.
Wait a minute. I know this place.
But eventually joins back with the Reds through the hole. As Meta closes in on them, this is when Epsilon sees Wash and immediately remembers him in anger, creating the laser once again and destroying the wall covering up the hole. Safe for now from the Retriever in the darkness, Epsilon passes the fuck out and the Reds get him back to the desert. When they return to the desert, Tucker and Caboose are being chastised by the aliens for losing their God Ball.
Rolled up newspaper!
Which brings me to a tangent. The aliens in the Blood Gulch Chronicles believe that the Great Sword was their great weapon, but those aliens in the desert are worshipping the orb. It's not stated outright, but if my theory is correct, and the orb is the second iteration of the weapon and Epsilon is the key to activate it, is it possible that these aliens are the second faction of believers that think the orb is the weapon instead of the sword? Possibly being the reason they worked with CT in the first place, as a rogue agent opposing Tucker, who sides with the aliens that believe in the sword? Anyway, Sarge is put in a bad position by Caboose, who says that Sarge is the one who stole their alien ball, Lord Hackensack.
Uh-oh.
Sarge warns ever so subtly to Griff and Simmons.
You see, big group of aliens? We don't have anything like that at all.
What? Uh-oh. What?
Griff kicks Epsilon into the minefield, and once Caboose gets to him, the memory of Delta appears to Caboose and tells him that seeing Wash shaken loose some of these old memories, and as he searches for them, it is likely he's going to start the cycle again, which basically means he's going to relive the events that the Alpha remembered that triggered Tex to become Beta in the first place, creating Tex as an AI.
It is likely at this point he will begin the cycle again. That must not happen.
According to his vision of Tex at the beginning of the season, I'm guessing that this is the same thing as that, but seeing Wash basically jump-started that process even further. Once Epsilon wakes up, he seems different, like he knows more about what's going on with his memories, but he keeps it to himself. However, he asks Caboose to take him to some place he remembers from the shock of all these new memories. This is where Epsilon takes Caboose to the off-site swords facility, in a swamp. Or a swampy area, rather. Obviously, out of curiosity, the Reds follow. This, I think, is the beginning of the real trial of the swamp. It's not necessarily a trial the first time, it was just where they went to rest, but this time it's more of a trial. Once Church and Caboose get to the facility, they meet Phyllis, most likely the original copy of Sheila, their tank.
It is a pleasure to meet you. You now have 15 seconds to live.
Whoa, dying sounds like a bad idea. Maybe we should leave.
Oh my, the director. I am so sorry. I did not recognize you, sir.
Can we come in?
Certainly.
As they explore the facility and start to see all the equipment they used over the years, Epsilon ultimately chooses to go to the room designated as the Director's secret project. Caboose follows Epsilon into this big room, and as they enter, they see the room is full of church robots. I've theorized before that these are the same robots as the church time loop clones, but Epsilon's not there for that.
I'm looking for this. Oh.
Meaning that after the time jump incident in Season 3, not only was O'Malley and the Red Zealots sent to the windmill, and the Reds and Blues sent to the Burning Plains, and Wyoming sent to the Great Freezing Plains, but it seems that the church clones were sent to the facility in the swamp. As the Reds enter the facility through very red means...
This is a private facility. Hello. This is a private facility.
They hear the voice of Caboose and Church yelling at somebody. They follow it into the secret project room, and Caboose is trying to keep the door shut as the door starts to...
Door's open. What the...
Okay. So who's first?
As the Reds run for their lives, and Tex kicks the ever-loving dick out of them, Tucker shows up and jumps into the fight, faring better than the Reds, but not much better. I'd like to believe that while the second iteration of the prophecy is taking place, the fact that Tucker was being a badass in the desert and takes on Tex in the new swamp means he's trying to finish his original quest, since the one the alien took him on was kind of a bust. As Tex efficiently ends the fight against the Reds and Tucker in a glorious fiery scene, she is interrupted by the orb hitting her in the back of the head, and Epsilon steps out in one of the church clone bodies, fully reborn as the hero. This could easily come across as Epsilon taking the role that Junior did, right? Being conceived in the swamp and being the offspring of the hero to finish what he might not? Very possible, but we'll see where that goes. Now that the beatdown of a lifetime is over, the Reds and Blues, including Tex, chill in the facility. Eventually they all find records proving that they were in fact test dummies for the freelancers. You might say they find out the time travel was fake, but seriously, if a freelancer has a time distortion unit, the training scenario probably involves utilizing it, not faking it for no reason. Like, they wouldn't pretend they time traveled. If they have a device that can help them time travel, they would just use that device and practice with it. However, I do feel like, even if Wyoming taking Church to the past during the whole Season 3 time travel thing was intentional, I do not think that he meant to put the Reds and Blues distorted into the future. That, I feel like, was a complete accident. But it did seem to have started the recursion process for the prophecy, which is why it restarts if it ever fails. Anyway, as Church continues to sift through the director's files with Tex, it becomes clear that they both are more important than the typical sim trooper. And Tex decides she's going to a base that's nearby, a base built from the crash of the Mother of Invention on Sidewinder. The real Freezing Plains. Church insists he go with her, and she ultimately accepts, saying that she could use him. Meanwhile, Wash and the Meta make their way to the dig site following clues Doc gave them, as well as the addition of CT's recovery beacon. However confused they are, Meta and Wash uncover the head of the monster of the Great Burning Plains. They attempt to reason with the aliens to get info, but after the aliens try to communicate in a misunderstood way, Wash and Meta kill all the aliens. But not before the sweet carbonite joke is paid off.
I hate you.
I know.
Eventually, Meta finds the empty Epsilon unit.
I mean, I like the color, but other than that, meh.
And Wash, fearing that the Meta's going to be pissed off because there is no AI inside of it, though more importantly, consequences from the chairman, rigs it to become a capture unit so that they can retrieve Epsilon when they find him. Once Tex and Epsilon arrive at the base on Sidewinder, Church has a vision again. This time, the Valhalla vision turns into Tex running into the Sidewinder base. She tells him that that's because he's been here before, and she takes him inside. She tells him this is the place where the break-in happened, which contradicts Wash saying the break-in happened at Command Base, but why would they tell Wash the truth? Maybe Command or Freelancer told him that that's where it happened because they don't want him to know exactly where the break-in happened, because they believe that Wash has Epsilon's memories, so they have to be cautious. But they're suspicious of Wash. They're not going to tell him the real situation. In the ice base, we do see Gamma's computer screen from the time distortion situation in Season 3. The prophecy is heavily connected to the events of the time loop from Season 3. Clearly. The trial of the windmill was triggered again after Tex's ship came out of her time warp after a year, and the Meta picked up everything that was on her ship. The Great Burning Plains is where the Reds and Blues woke up when they popped out of the time warp because they were sent there to investigate the energy reading from the orb. The swamp is where the Church clones were sent after the time loop was over. And the Great Freezing Plains was actually Sidewinder inside the ship when Church was trapped inside the computer screen being copied over and over and over again by Gamma in the time distortion. Tex thinks they've been brought to another dead end, and so, as she said before, she needed Church, and she shoots him, setting off his recovery beacon, so literally calling Wash and Meta to the scene. Tex tells Church that she didn't want to come back from the dead, but Church needs her to do what he can't, and this is where they drop the final hint. Epsilon can't be the junior to Alpha as the hero. He has too much memory. He can't fight without Tex. When he said out of the darkness, it meant him. He, just like Omega and Sigma, are part of the director's mind. He has the darkest memories of him. Out of the darkness came Tex. He dragged the Great Destroyer to the swamp to help him revive her memory, and as Season 9 will go on to say,
You gave the director the idea that he could make something more. That he could split the Alpha up. Don't you get it? You were the memory. You were the key.
She was the memory that was used to torture the Alpha to make him split. Because she is his failure, she causes him to fracture. She's basically what they used to create all the AI fragments. He can't be the hero or the junior. He's just the key. It's like a fork in the road. Epsilon is the key that will help the hero and or the junior, while Tex is the key that will ultimately lead to failure every time. It's almost like it's the result of the Great Destroyer trying to reunite the hero with the key instead of the Great Retriever doing that.
That must not happen.
Because it is Caboose trying to revive his best friend Church after all. Luckily, Caboose sees Church is in trouble back at the facility. Now that Sarge is broken from finding out that they were all pawns, because they're sim troopers and not actual soldiers, Caboose is able to convince him to help Church.
I'm going. That's it. And you, Tucker, much as I hate to admit it, you're actually good at being a soldier.
I am?
I know you like to make your rude comments and pretend like it all doesn't matter, but an entire alien race chose you to be their hero. So why are you here?
And they decide they're going to team up, steal the Pelican from the off-site storage facility, and go find Church and Tex and save the day.
Who the hell is gonna drive that? Why is everyone looking at me?
Once Wash and Meta arrive, the official Great Freezing Plains starts.
What? No, you're overthinking it. That's just... Oh, son of a bitch. Told you so.
Tex, the weapon Church needed to get by, fighting Meta, the Darkness, and Wash, the Retriever, leading to one of my favorite fight scenes in the entire series.
Is that a...
And as the battle rages on, the Meta ultimately got the upper hand on Tex and stabbed her in the face with a capture unit, pulling her into it and leaving her robot husk behind. And as Wash tries to bargain with Church and Doc, Meta succumbs to the temptation. When originally, the Meta was going after the AI because he wanted to use the pieces to create a fully living AI as to Sigma's agenda, the EMP wiped out all the AI in his head, including Sigma. So now he wasn't driven off of Sigma's motivation.
When the AI fragments were destroyed by Agent Washington, the Meta was destroyed along with them, leaving behind a damaged shell of a man. Unlike Sigma, his only remaining goal was to obtain power.
And this is the key that was going to give him the power. He can't live without the keys. It's been narrowed down to just this one key. Epsilon started in the containment unit. He left, remembered Tex, Wash made the containment unit into a capture unit, and then Meta captures her, creating the key the Meta craved so badly. As Wash tries to fight Meta, Meta gains the upper hand and has the opportunity to take down Wash. But then the Reds and Blues arrive and crash into the battlefield.
I can't believe it.
There they are! Laying right next to him!
Right. see how many of your friends survived that.
You know, they're not really my friends.
That's okay, I'm sure none of them really survived.
Well, they lived, so they must be your friends, Church.
Good point. Book it.
After all the commotion, Church and Wash find the capture unit, and it's revealed what Tex's AI trait is. Failure. The director's failure.
She died in her real life, and that's all the director ever remembered of her. So now, no matter how tough she is, no matter how hard she fights, she's always going to fail, because that's what she's based on.
That's why when O'Malley got her in Season 5, his plan failed. That's why Epsilon can't be the Junior, and ultimately it bodes the same results for the Meta. Meta rises from the snow, and the Reds and Blues charge into battle.
Fire in the hole!
Tucker gets a stab in that slows him down enough, and Tucker's ultimately landing the blow that leads to the Meta's death, according to Counselor. And while Sarge distracts him with his shotgun and taunts, Griffin Simmons end him as they chain a Jeep to his chest armor and push the Jeep off the cliff, leading the Meta to failure. After the battle, Wash is pretty banged up, and Tex is still inside the capture unit. The only way for anyone to save her is for Epsilon to jump into the memory unit as his ghost form and save her. While Wash is hoping he doesn't do that because he needs him as evidence to get himself out of this mess, and he's afraid that the capture unit is too damaged for him to survive it, Epsilon jumps in, and as his friends watch and root for him, the unit shuts down in the snow, leaving him trapped. The UNSC then shows up and congratulates the Reds and Blues on defeating 3 freelancers, not knowing that Wash is safely hidden inside Church's armor, and now joins the Blues. Now that Wash is in Church's armor, he looks like Church, he has Church's memories from being implanted with Epsilon, but he can't be the hero, because he's the Retriever, so this means he has to find a suitable replacement. Ultimately, the Retriever's job. The guys return to base, although it's unknown which base, because if they go back to Valhalla, they learn that Donut's alive.
Oh, hey, guys!
Way too early. And if they go back to Blood Gulch, they learn Sister's alive.
Oh my gosh! Big Bro's alive! And so's that gray guy that choked me till I passed out.
Oh yeah, Lopez said he killed Sister. Epsilon, however, is not trapped forever. And no, the great journey isn't over just yet. Inside, Church finds himself in a memory he can easily find Tex. A memory of Blood Gulch, where he poses as Alpha. I did the real windmill, the real burning plains, and the real swamp, and the real freezing plains. Well, Season 9 and Season 10 are the real Holy Valley, and we'll find out who the real Junior is.
Hey there, Alpha. Been looking for you for a long time.
Oh no.
My next episode is going to be about how Season 9 and 10 factor into the real prophecy, but for now, I'm going off on a detour. My first episode, the Florida mix-up, covered the way fans saw a fate of a character that I thought was kind of ridiculous. And this episode is somewhat of a part 2, where I'm going to cover the fan theory about Mickey, and answer the question, is he real? So basically this whole thing starts with Church in Season 1, explaining to the Blues about when he was stationed on Sidewinder. Basically what happened was, him and his friends Jimmy and Mickey were out on patrol, and then Tex showed up and killed all the Blues at the base, including Mickey and Jimmy. Jimmy of whom she ripped his skull out of his head and beat him to death with it. Basically after that, that was the origin story, until Season 10 came along and showed that Mother of Invention crashed on Sidewinder because Tex was leading a bunch of freelancers against the director to save the Alpha, Church. And after it failed and the ship was built into a base, obviously the red and blue base were set up that Jimmy and Mickey were at, the red base that Sarge later says he was at. People wonder what the order of events were because we see the director and counselor talking about how they're going to relocate Alpha from that crashed ship to Blood Gulch. And they make it look like it was an instant thing, like as soon as the ship crashed and they recuperated, they sent him to Blood Gulch. Then once Season 14 came out, we got
a trilogy of prequel episodes to the Blood Gulch Chronicles showing how Captain Flowers built the blue and red teams as the fake bases to hide the Alpha at. We see him recruit Griffin Simmons from a failed mission that they went on. Sarge gets recruited because of a fight to the death between him and a bunch of other potential sergeants, and Sarge prevails. And then we see Private Jimmy. His role in this whole thing is he's going to play as the body while they implant Alpha into his head and have Alpha take over his body. This whole time, we don't even know that Jimmy is the body that Church is in Season 1. That raises a few other questions, and so I got on the internet and I was looking on Wikipedia to figure out, more information that I may have missed to figure out how this could be working, and I saw that apparently it says that Mickey doesn't exist. It's trying to say that that whole scene on Sidewinder where Tex showed up and killed Jimmy and Mickey and the other Blues never happened. And to me, that's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, there's a few questions on that whole thing, but just straight up saying a character doesn't exist when the show didn't say he didn't exist is just kind of ridiculous to me. It's like when everybody was saying that all the time travel in Season 3 didn't happen because of the simulations. It's like, yeah, the time travel may not have happened, even though I think it did, but you can't just go ahead and discount the fact that a good deal of the show never happened without the show saying it never happened. Like, I feel like that's gypping us of lore in the show and good characters and good events. Instead of just cutting all that from the lore and losing stuff, there's always a better way of explaining it. And here's how I see it. Mickey exists. And he exists because of this. When the ship crashed on Sidewinder, what happened was they had Agent Florida fake his death, change his name to Captain Flowers. They sent him to recruit soldiers to set up the blue base and the red base in Blood Gulch. While that's going on, while he's looking for people, I say the scene on Sidewinder happened, where Church and Jimmy and Mickey were there. But let's say Church wasn't there because Church was put into Jimmy's head, and so he could have very easily acquired some of Jimmy's memories. That's why Tex didn't take him or kill him in that memory, because he wasn't there. He's watching the events. Mickey was killed by Tex. Jimmy didn't get killed with his own skull. They explained that in the trilogy episodes in Season 14, where when they're implanting the AI into his head...
Ah! What are you doing to my skull? Ah, that doesn't seem physically possible!
That's why I don't think they should just discount that whole scene as never having happened, because that's just information that we could have for the characters' backstories that we don't need to get rid of. There aren't really contradictory details there. Simply, Jimmy just survived getting his ass kicked by Tex. He was picked up by Florida and brought in to be implanted with the AI. Another piece of evidence saying that this possibly happened was the fact that York says in Season 10 in his logs to Delta that Tex has been running from base to base, freelancer operation to freelancer operation, attacking and then fleeing. This could easily be the first instance of it, because she fled the ship on Sidewinder when it crashed. She has to find a way to get off the planet, and so she just runs by those bases and kills those soldiers, possibly looking for a ship or something. There's also the fact that Sarge in Season 1 said that he was stationed on Sidewinder.
They're definitely special ops. I ain't seen troop movements this coordinated since my days on Sidewinder. Sir, are you okay?
And he recognized the maneuver of Tex attacking their base on Blood Gulch as a maneuver similar to the ones on Sidewinder. So he saw the events of Mickey getting killed and Jimmy getting his ass kicked. And then, once Jimmy got his ass kicked and survived, he's salvaged by the director and Project Freelancer. And once he's implanted with the AI, Sarge is also brought to the base where Florida is trying to find a good sergeant for Red Team. One last thought on the matter is, if Church was implanted into Jimmy's head, and he has some of Jimmy's memories, we know the director has a fondness for his wife very heavily, Allison, and he loved her for a reason. So it wouldn't make sense to me that Church has memories of Tex cheating on him and stealing his money and being an overall terrible person to him without the AI. Yeah, she's kind of a bitch from time to time, but all the cheating and the stealing and stuff doesn't really fit with the whole idea that the director saw her so fondly. So, is it possible that Jimmy's girl back home is cheating on him and stealing money from him? Just a thought. It is aggravating that so many fans just kind of
discount certain chunks of the timeline just because certain things may not make sense. I feel like there's always an easier explanation instead of just saying, oh, that entire chunk never happened. I feel like you're really missing out and really cheating yourself of a good show.
You know, now that I think about it, I don't seem to remember much about underground caves in the Bible. Not even in that new Bible they rewrote in 2040. With that big chase scene and that weird cameo by Ben Stiller.
I've been exploring down here and I found some really crazy stuff. Look!
Why, that fort looks like a blue base.
So, when I did my very first Great Prophecy video, I got to the part of the Holy Valley and I completely forgot to mention the fact that there were alien temples in the caves below Blood Gulch, thus being the reason why Blood Gulch was the Holy Valley. In the second iteration of the prophecy, Blood Gulch is still the Holy Valley, but for a different reason. At the end of Season 8, Tex has been fighting Wash and Meta, and found herself captured in the AI capture unit. Once the Reds and Tucker finally defeat the Meta and forgiven Wash, Epsilon decides to risk it and jump into the capture unit. And the one place he knows he can find her is the memory of Alpha's old base, Blood Gulch. For that reason, Red vs. Blue, Season 9 and Season 10 are the Holy Valley of the Great Journey.
Call me crazy, but I'm the best. Nothing more, nothing less. Talking shit, it's what I do. And back it up without a crew.
There are two miniseries, MIA and Where There's a Will, There's a Wall, as well as 2 episodes of Season 14's anthology that shows some of the iterations he had to go through to find Tex in Season 9. The episodes being called Room Zero and Get Bent. Also, I think it's funny how at the end of Season 8 he's talking about if he's going to live in a memory for the rest of his life, it may as well be a good one. And then Season 9's intro, it shows a very similar image of him running into Blood Gulch while he's complaining and bitching about how he hates this place.
Hey, Church, help me out. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Basically overlapping those moments with contradicting thoughts. Once inside, Church sees things differently than before. For more than just for the fact that he makes decisions this time that are different than before, specifically just to find Tex, changing the timeline of the original memories, but because most of the story Epsilon knew was told to him by Caboose, so some things aren't as they should be.
Hoorah, bitches! Who fucking rah! No, you are not walking across my floor with those boots. I just mopped it.
It also puts him on a time crunch because the whole time he's in the unit, they keep experiencing tremors, like the world is falling apart, leading to him to think it's because of the unit slowly dying in the snow from its damages. Church describes the process of finding Tex in the memory unit as recursion. When a computer tries to find the solution to a problem and fails, it passes what it knows to the next iteration, and when it finally finds the solution, it sends that information back to the top and it has its final solution. Meaning that once he fails finding Tex, the next iteration he uses that information to try again until eventually he succeeds. Theoretically. In my Great Prophecy episode, I suggested that the prophecy seems to play out in this exact way, and this is where they explain that, just very subtly. I also like to mention the fact that Church being in Blood Gulch and constantly redoing the events of Blood Gulch to save Tex, interestingly enough, mirrors when Wyoming was doing that in Season 5, because both events took place in Blood Gulch, and both events, I've said, are the Holy Valley part of the prophecy. The other half of the season shows us flashback episodes of the good old days of Project Freelancer. I find it interesting that the season about being in a memory unit starts showing us the past of Project Freelancer, starting with a recon mission to the Bjorndal cryo facility where the engineer was originally stored. Here, we're introduced to a new character helping the twins, Agent Carolina.
Okay, my turn.
She's revealed to be the best freelancer until Agent Tex arrives, and she starts to try to compete with her to truly see who's the best. She's revealed to be the captain of the team and leads the heist to steal the engineer from Charon, the security team led by the monster of the Great Burning Plains, or CT, or the leader. How does he not have a real name yet? Agent Carolina was actually briefly mentioned in Season 5 and Season 6. Season 5 when Tex shows back up to Blood Gulch and reveals that she was working with Agent York to try to stop Agent Wyoming. And then in Season 6 when Church is talking to Delta as they're going into the windmill to stop the Meta. Overall, Epsilon finds Tex because his team thought he was dead, like the original church.
Ow! The fucking heart!
So they called Command and had her sent to help. Which makes me wonder why Command sent her in the real world if she was a fugitive of Project Freelancer by the time of Blood Gulch. I originally thought it was because of the glitches Vic got in Season 14 when Flowers tripped on his cable that was plugged into the wall, but the fan guide actually does explain this. It says that when she has the chance to save Alpha after the ship crashed on Sidewinder, she left him because she didn't want to remove him from a place he felt comfortable or safe. So after Caboose killed his body, they sent Tex to the coordinates of Alpha to keep him safe in the canyon because she wouldn't want to remove him if he's vulnerable. Although it could very well be both. Now that Church isn't dead in this iteration, he lies about a soldier named Andersmith who had been killed instead of him to keep her around. So after screwing around for a while and killing Lopez, who is in the disguise of Simmons,
Andrew Smith, I kept my promise. You have been avenged.
Tex reveals that she knows why Epsilon's here. She knows what he knows because she is his memories. She is the memory of his wife, and she's from his mind. As they begin to discuss the past and the possibility of the unit dying before he can save Tex, leading to the Red shenanigans of trying to fight the planet, and the return of Andy the Bomb. He finally realizes what he has to do. This whole time, he thought he was now the hero in this iteration of Blood Gulch, and he was supposed to find Tex, the key to his memories and to his past.
Don't you get it? You were the memory. You were the key.
But the truth is, the only way he can move forward with his journey is to forget her.
I forget you. I'm letting you go.
Suddenly the sky opens and the Epsilon Reds and Church see a giant caboose in the sky. Church now realizes that it's a rescue mission and Caboose has now destroyed the simulated world. The Great Destroyer has destroyed the world that the key was in. Once out of the memory unit, Epsilon finds out that Wash led the Reds and Blues on a rescue mission to save him, but he doesn't know why. Until Caboose says the new lady told them how to get him out.
New lady?
Hey there, Alpha. Been looking for you for a long time.
It reveals that Agent Carolina has met the Reds and Blues because she needs Epsilon. She now wishes to find the director and kill him. Season 10 picks up here, and Agent Carolina takes the Reds and Blues to all the old places they've fought in the past, the windmill where she explains that Sigma was her AI, she blames herself for what happened to Agent Main, the desert where she explains what happened to Agent CT and how her armor ended up with the leader of the security force. She even finds the data pad that had the information the leader was looking for involving the orb, which the Reds and Blues reveal they broke and left on the floor of the off-site storage facility. Later, she even goes by herself to the island where Agent York died. We find out her and York had some sort of romantic relationship, and all the while the Reds and Blues find it hard to trust her through her angry threats and bossy tone. So when she decides to go to the island, Epsilon gets put into an ATV to spy on her. But as she reminisces about her past, talking to York as if he was still there, Epsilon reveals himself by accident, and they both get to know each other better. Once she returns to the desert to pick up the Reds and Blues, she now has Epsilon as her AI. To me, this is the completion of Wash's part of the trial. For now. Wash, the Great Retriever, has reunited the Junior with the Key. Or rather, the twin, not the Junior. How does that make sense? Well, think about Carolina's role in the show. Carolina originally had Sigma as her AI, and she gave him up to Main. After that, she was given two AI, Ada and Iota. She thought in the past that she couldn't beat Tex because she wasn't good enough. But Sigma and Gamma told her that Tex had Omega, the strongest AI there was. So to match it, she took two AI that would have equaled the power of the strong AI. Both Ada and Iota mirror her movements and merge with each other to work together. The day that the rogue freelancers break into the ship to save Alpha from being tortured, and the ship ultimately crashes on Sidewinder, Agent Main becomes fully possessed by Sigma and steals Carolina's AI and throws her off a cliff, leading people to think that she was dead. However, in one of my recent viewings, I just barely noticed that she had her grappling hook in her hand right before the scene cut. After that, Alpha was given to Agent Florida, who was promoted to captain and was given captain armor, like Carolina had. And then, as I've said before, Tucker steals his armor after he dies and essentially ends up with the Alpha. Florida is the link between Tucker and Carolina. That's not all my evidence, though. See, once Carolina and Epsilon start working together and join back up with the Reds and Blues, and Wash,
They move to the Valhalla base to look for clues, while Tucker questions Church as to why he's trusting Carolina.
Church, just because you want to get close to someone doesn't mean you have to end up inside them.
Oh, come on. Aren't you going to say it?
No, because I'm pissed off.
All right. Look, guys, I'm still on your side, okay? But if Carolina is hiding something, I'm going to have to stay close to her in order to find it. See? Proximity is the key.
I thought memory was the key.
Oh, yeah, and the sword. Sword is key, too.
Caboose, shut up!
Where they find Tex's dog tags, there was secretly a flash drive given to Tex by CT before she died. It tells Tex once and for all that she was an AI, the memory of the director's dead wife. They also find Donut alive, saved by Doc, and both made Lopez into a scarecrow, but that's just a perk. Church enters the flash drive and suddenly remembers everything. This leads him and Carolina to the off-site storage facility from before. They believe that's where the director is now, and after the Reds and Blues refuse to keep going because they're tired of Carolina's bullshit, and Wash defends them, Carolina and Epsilon leave without them.
I don't know what's gotten into you, Carolina. You better figure out the difference between your enemies and your friends.
Once in the facility, they're surprised at the lack of security. Until Epsilon and Carolina encounter... I've never heard this mentioned, but because they said they left the orb there, and now the director's there, and this room used to be full of Church clones, I believe the director used the orb to do what Epsilon did to remove Tex from his mind.
I couldn't get you out of my head, so I kind of had to get you out of my head.
Using the orb, put the memory of her into the robot body that was in that coffin in the off-site storage facility. The director used the orb to remove the memory of Tex from all the Church clones and made them into the Tex drones. Carolina uses Epsilon to power up and attack all the Texes, and after kicking Sirius' ass, she's eventually overwhelmed and fails. As she declares defeat, the Reds and Blues show up, Donut included,
9 points, you dirty whores!
and helps Carolina and Epsilon fight the Tex drones.
Roses are red and violets are blue.
Bruce, I need you to get a little angry, okay, buddy?
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember how to do that.
I do.
My name is Michael J. Caboose. Listen!
Ultimately, they realize the only way they can defeat them is for Epsilon to do what he learned in the memory unit, the Holy Valley, and what he did to the Meta to defeat him in Season 6, and get closure with all the Texes. Once they agree to rest, he deletes them all and they shut down. This is why they don't recognize him when he comes in. Tex says, "Who are you?" It's because they're new memories of Tex from all the Church clones. They haven't been filled in on all the events of the series like the other Tex was the first time they brought her back. Now the director has failed trying to use Tex just like Omega and the Meta. Since both were part of the darkness in the prophecy, and they were essentially extensions of the director, it's revealed the director is the original darkness. He's behind everything that happened in the first iteration of the prophecy and the second. He can't live without Tex, his love, his wife. And Carolina and Epsilon finally go to confront him as he watches his last memories of Allison, the original Tex, before she goes off to war. In these moments, we learn that the director is actually Carolina's father and Tex her mother. So think about it. The director is what Alpha was based off of. Alpha is the hero of the second iteration of the prophecy. Epsilon was the memory Wash had to reunite with him, the key to stopping the director. Technically, Alpha is part of Carolina's father, and if he couldn't succeed as the hero, she could finish it for him. Wash ultimately reunited her with Epsilon, and she defeated the director by convincing him to let go. Alpha and Tucker, both iterations of the hero. Junior and Carolina are both iterations of the twin. The Sword and Epsilon are both iterations of the Great Key. Ada and Iota represent what Carolina becomes for the prophecy. They copy each other as Church and Carolina were meant to fulfill the same purpose. If one couldn't, then the other would. Just like Tucker and Junior were supposed to copy each other. And yes, the alien thought he was the hero, so he created Junior to finish what he couldn't, but Tucker was the real hero in that situation. It is kind of symbolic that Caboose is the one to use Epsilon to try to revive Alpha in a very similar way that the alien tried to create a copy of himself through Tucker making Junior. Both Caboose and the alien being two different versions of the Great Destroyer. Another reason why Carolina would probably go by the twin instead of the Junior is because technically Junior would go by the same title that Carolina would, and Junior's just his name. It's not like Tucker is the Tucker of the prophecy. Junior would be a twin, Carolina would be a twin, and in Season 12, Church just kind of calls Ada and Iota the twins. Carolina leaves him her pistol, and as she and Epsilon leave the director to his fate, he takes his life.
Don't say goodbye. I hate goodbyes.
After it's all finished, Carolina asks what they do next, and Church says he knows one last place they can make a home. And we see them in a canyon, hinting it to be Blood Gulch. So at this point, we know the director, the original Darkness, has been destroyed. Carolina fulfilled the role Junior was supposed to in the first iteration. Wash is the Retriever, Caboose is the Destroyer, Epsilon is the Great Key, Season 6 was the Windmill, 7 was the Burning Plains, 8 was the Swamp and the Freezing Plains, 9 and 10 together with a Holy Valley and the Retriever reuniting the twin of the hero with the key. It seems the prophecy is complete, right? There are a few questions left unanswered. Why was this the alien prophecy if it was about the freelancers? What about the sword Tucker has? If Caboose is the Great Destroyer, why doesn't he end up with the key? And where the hell does that ship in the original ice base actually go? I guess that's why the canyon they were seen in at the end of Season 10 isn't Blood Gulch, but the planet Chorus. I believe all those questions are finally answered in the Chorus trilogy starting in Season 11. In my video about Red vs. Blue Season 8, I implied that the symbol on the sarcophagus, which the engineer was inside of, signified each part of the Great Trial of the Great Prophecy. Obviously, there's not enough parts of the symbol to include the Great Holy Valley, but to me, by all intents and purposes, the Holy Valley was supposed to be a backup plan in case the hero on the Great Journey failed the Freezing Plains and failed to get the ship. However, I believe that if the one had succeeded at finding the ship and not gotten blown up by Wyoming, that the ship would have ultimately led the hero to the planet Chorus. Now imagine if Caboose had destroyed the windmill. The alien could have shown up, dug through the rubble, and gone on the Great Journey, claimed the ship, and gone to Chorus. If he'd shown up on Chorus, he'd have found all the temples. The reason the alien would be the destroyer if he came to Chorus. If he had arrived, he would have seen the Chorus War, the mercs, and the tech being used for evil. And he could have understood Santa, so he wouldn't need to go to the Temple of Vision to be tested. He then could have deemed the planet unworthy and used the Purge. But here, he would have probably used the temples to aid the aliens of the Great War, because the war was still going on around that point. But Wyoming prevented that, allowing the Reds and Blues to continue the Great Journey.
Then I stand corrected. I'm not sorry.
Wow, Wyoming is a hero. The prophecy seemingly failed at the end of Season 5 and restarted in Season 6, ending with the defeat of Project Freelancer and the Reds and Blues bringing down the director of Project Freelancer in Season 10. After the director's end, Church told Carolina there was one more place they can find to make a home. We then see our heroes in a canyon that we seemingly thought was Blood Gulch, their bases from the first 5 seasons. The idea was they were on the run from the military because they broke Epsilon out of command so that they could find the director using Epsilon's memories. Season 11 was written by Miles Luna, so he took the story in a new direction. The UNSC had decided to forgive the Reds and Blues for their crimes because they used what they stole to take down the director, and they decided to give them a ride back to Blood Gulch where they would make their home. But this time it was more of a simple reason instead of hiding from the law. But, on the way to Blood Gulch, their ship crashed, and now fate has brought them to the mysterious planet Chorus. And in my opinion, this completes the prophecy. So far, there have been 2 iterations of the prophecy, and so far, players from the first iteration were replaced by players from the second iteration, such as the Great Retriever and Wash. And not all the players have survived, or even followed their path. Though you could always see Junior and Tucker becoming ambassadors for aliens and humans as them bringing peace to the species at the end of the first iteration. The surviving players from each iteration now take up the roles in the third and final iteration of the prophecy. 2 new characters, Locus and Felix, discovering them and starting the story much sooner. However, this season does set up important stuff. The overall plot for the season involves the crash on the planet Chorus. Epsilon and Carolina intercepted a message at the end of Season 10 while they were in that canyon from mercs on the planet who were trying to sell Project Freelancers technology that they stole to the third party somewhere. And they were intending to stop it, leaving the teams alone in the canyon. In Season 10, Epsilon said they were home before they went on the mission. So this season missed that moment when retconning the location to Chorus. But that could be explained if they really thought about it. I don't know what it could be at the moment, but it could be figured out. Meanwhile, Wash is left to be the leader of the Blues in Church's place, and the Reds do Red stuff. Wash's goal is to train Tucker to be a better soldier, essentially helping him become a better hero for the prophecy, which makes sense for the Great Retriever, as well as Caboose, just in case they need to be on their feet while they're here stranded in this canyon. Tucker isn't having any of this shit.
I'm going to spit in your next meal! And it's not going to be spit! If you know what I'm talking about!
And Caboose is too distracted by his depression by losing Church. In his depression, he wanders the canyon, crying and whimpering to himself, and he eventually finds a new project and a new friend. Caboose fixes a mantis droid and names him Freckles. His loneliness makes him replace Epsilon with Freckles. Carolina and Epsilon are off looking for these mercs. And this is Carolina's role as the twin of the prophecy, pursuing the villains because Tucker isn't strong enough yet, but he will get there. As the Reds and Doc explore the crashed ship, leading them to find the giant mantis they want to use to fight Freckles, Griff finds a new invention.
According to the ship's records, it was carrying a lot of standard issue weaponry, but it also has a bunch of stuff listed as experimental.
Ooh, that's military slang for really fucking dangerous. Where's that stuff?
Looks like most of it was on the other half of the ship.
Boo.
But there is one prototype that was kept here.
The Future Cubes. They have teleportation powers that eventually become more important. While in the canyon on Chorus, Wash discovers 2 people spying on them. Felix, who claims that they're all in trouble and they need his help, and Locus, who Felix is ultimately warning them about. Felix tells them that the people on the planet have been at war for years. Maybe the training montage with Wash was actually a clue disguised as a joke.
Who are these people?
And the planet has heard of them, and that they're apparently the galaxy's most noble heroes for stopping the Director. He says that one side of the war is the federal army that's been running the planet, and the other side of the conflict is the one that Felix works for, the Resistance, the New Republic, of course. He tells them that he was sent by the leader, Vanessa Kimball, to get their help to win the war. Wash sees that Locus can turn invisible when he attacks, and when he asks Felix about it, Felix says he's not the only one that can do stuff like that. Felix shows them that he has this energy shield. He says it's pretty common, and it doesn't use an AI to run. He says he picked it up off a dead soldier during the war. We later see that that's a lie, but I'll save that for later.
Donut's got a point, though. I think we're ready.
In the process of preparing for Locus and his men to come attack and capture the Reds and Blues, Griff demonstrates what he knows about the Future Cubes and that they can use them as weapons. This leads Doc to being teleported away, and he never comes back until way later.
Oye, ¿dónde está Doc?
After Locus and the Feds attack and the team works together to fight back, Sarge, Donut, and Lopez are knocked unconscious by Locus.
Sarge? In serio?
Freckles is convinced to listen to Wash finally by Caboose, and as Freckles is falling apart from the attacks, Wash realizes he needs to give the guys a chance to escape.
We've got to seal this tunnel! Freckles! Shake! Hey, no! What are you doing?
Now separated, Wash, Sarge, Donut, and Lopez are captured by Locus and the Feds. Tucker, Caboose, Simmons, and Griff are asked to be leaders for the New Republic, to help take down the Feds so they can save their friends. Sadly, they have to accept this, and they agree to their promotions of captain. Tucker is now on the path to reclaiming his position as the great hero of the prophecy.
All right, let's run some drills.
Oh man, and break. Timeline? Time isn't made out of lines. It is made out of circles. That is why clocks are round.
So, Season 12 starts with Tucker, Caboose, Griff, and Simmons as captains for the New Republic. And they have their own sidekicks now. Jensen, Palomo, Bitters, and Andersmith. Felix is their merc mentor this season.
You think these guys have any money lying around? They pay me in old alien tech.
And Kimball is the leader of the New Republic, and she wants to help them find their friends. Wash, Sarge, Donut, and Lopez. As the Reds and Blues build their small team to save their friends, Tucker ends up becoming the leader of this team, moving him up a notch to become the hero of the prophecy. Tucker and Felix are constantly arguing during this, which sets up the fact that Felix is going to be Tucker's enemy later on. Funny enough, Tucker has the sword and Felix has the shield. While Tucker, Caboose, Simmons, and Griff are with Felix and Kimball, Wash, Sarge, Donut, and Lopez are with Locust and the Feds, led by General Donald Doyle.
Is that a problem?
Wash and his side of the team discover that the Feds are actually just as broke and desperate as the New Republic, and their evil Emperor Doyle is a lot more like if C-3PO led the Empire. Wash learns that Doyle is actually a really good guy, and that they see the New Republic as terrorists who have captured Wash, Sarge, Donut, and Lopez as friends. They too are given leadership roles over soldiers, just like Tucker, Griff, Simmons, and Caboose were, except for the Feds instead of for the New Republic. Now, they get a proper introduction to Locust, who tells them Freckles' body was destroyed, but his mind was saved into a small chip, which he gives Wash, who now has to reunite it with Caboose. This interaction also sets up Wash and Locust not trusting each other, Wash being suspicious of him and his motivations, while Locust tries to understand Wash. I had a theory that the alien from Season 4, Crunchbite, would have become the Great Destroyer if Church hadn't stopped Caboose from destroying the windmill, because that would have led him to claiming the sword, and that would have led him to finding the ship on the Great Journey, which I thought would have taken him to Chorus. And he would have used the Purge Temple to wipe out the Corisians and Charon, giving him access to all the technology on the planet, thus supplying the aliens in the Great War. But I only recently realized that had Church not stopped the windmill from blowing up, Wash would have also died. Tex would have died in the temple with all the Reds and Blues, and she would have never gone on the great mission with the alien. She never would have seen Wyoming, and she never would have chased him to find Omega. She never would have recruited York to get help against Wyoming, who never would have died at the hands of Wyoming, and then so Wash would never have followed the recovery beacon to York and gotten Delta and York's healing unit. So Wash would have died when South shot him when they were going after the meta in Recovery 1. So not only did Church save Chorus from being destroyed, in a way, but it let Wash live to become the Great Retriever, and now it's taken him back to Chorus to be at odds with Locust. This is what I think Wash's vision in Season 12 was telling him. We see that when Wash gets knocked unconscious by Locust when they first met, in Season 11, he had a vision. In the vision, he basically has a comparison between him and Locust, showing the moment where he shot Donut because he had to do what it took to survive as a soldier. And this ends up mirroring Locust's personality as someone who feels like he has to do what he needs to as a soldier because it's his job. While Tucker's half of the team wants to save Wash's half wants to save Tucker's half. Well, eventually, Tucker, Griff, Simmons, and Caboose end up finding Wash and the others, and they find out that Wash and the others were planning on trying to come find them because neither were in any danger. And this puts them in a position to where, they can try to talk to both armies and try to figure out the problems and bring them together. And now that they're one solid team, the Reds and Blues, this is where the scales balancing comes into play. Soon they discover the truth.
Like sheep to the pen.
Oh no.
You're ready for slaughter.
Locust and Felix are working together, leading a third faction to keep the war going on Chorus.
You see,
Someone, somewhere, out in our galaxy, has their eyes set on this planet. The only problem is the inhabitants. Now, if it were up to me, I'd just nuke this place from orbit. But our employer has other ideas.
When they find the Reds and Blues on Chorus, they're hoping to use them to further the chaos so they can end the war sooner and steal all the alien tech. As the Mercs are about to kill the Reds and Blues, they find out that Carolina had actually infiltrated the Pirates' team, and Locus and Felix's team were actually the Mercs that had left the Reds and Blues in the canyon to stop. Not only that, but Carolina and Epsilon learn the Mercs are making half-human, half-alien weapons, with the alien weapons and the freelancer tech. The type of weaponry symbolizes the prophecy being half and half. There have been 2 iterations of the prophecy so far, one half heavily involving the aliens being set up by the blue alien, and the second iteration involving Project Freelancer and the director heavily. And now, on Chorus, it's coming together. Acting quick, Carolina and Epsilon teleport the team to safety with the future cubes, accidentally taking the doc from the base, Emily Gray. Once they settle down and gain their bearings, Wash tells Caboose he saved Freckles' brain for him because luckily Locus had Freckles' mind saved onto its ship. Now Freckles is an AI, just like Epsilon was. And like I said in my last video, Caboose is basically trying to replace Epsilon with Freckles because Epsilon went with Carolina. We find out in Carolina and Epsilon's journey, Epsilon has learned how to speak to his other fragments that he remembers. He's basically, from what it looks like, becoming what the meta was trying to become. Metastable, basically human. In a scene where Carolina and Epsilon are trying to break into one of the Mercs' facilities to gain information, Theta mentions that Carolina's been having bad dreams about the bad guy, insinuating Sigma. I think that's interesting, and I think that'd be a cool moment to slip in a little extra canon there. The Carolina versus Meta fight in Season 14, obviously that whole thing was just a hypothetical situation, and none of the events in that match up well with the canon, so I feel like this would be a good place to take that and just put that in there, because the meta is basically Sigma. They find out that the future cubes are actually connected to this hybrid technology the Mercs are creating, and so they realize if future cubes were on their half of the ship when it crashed, maybe information on what the Mercs are doing are on the other half of the crash. Because apparently when the Reds and Blues ship was pulled down, because of the stupid things they did inside the ship was ripped in half. In Crash Site Alpha, the Blues find a crashed alien ship. This could be why the alien went for the sword in Season 4. His allies ended up crashing on this planet being pulled down by the alien temple here, the Temple of Gravity. The Mercs had found the Temple of Gravity on Chorus and actually figured out how to use it, using it to pull down the ships, and raided them for supplies to add to their stolen weapons collection.
Oh my god!
The Reds and Blues learn of radio jammers all over the planet that the Mercs are using to keep the planet from calling for help outside. And they think that if they can get to one of the jammers, they can send a message to both armies warning them that the Mercs are playing both sides and that they're actually still alive. Unfortunately, once the Reds and Blues learned the Mercs' truth, the Mercs had told the other armies that the Reds and Blues died trying to save each other, and now both armies plan to have one last battle to end the war, leading to hundreds of deaths. So Emily helps them get an edge by helping Caboose put Freckles' robot brain into his gun he's had this entire time, which to me is symbolizing Epsilon and the Orb. Like, he replaced Church with Freckles, and now he's putting Freckles, the AI, into his weapon. Like the key into the weapon, the AI into the weapon. He's taking it to the next step. At the radio jammer, Wash versus Locus, Carolina versus Felix. And I know both Mercs fight both freelancers, but Wash is the only one of the two that actually has a rivalry against Locus. Felix's actual enemy is Tucker. As the twin of the prophecy, she's doing it because Tucker isn't able to. This is where I believe they start to hit home the idea of who Locus and Felix are in the prophecy. The thing about Locus is, in this season, there is a difference between him and Felix. Between Locus and Felix, Felix is the only one who ever expressed any interest in the weapons and making money to survive, and also hinting that he wanted Tucker's sword at one point. And Locus is the only one who preaches about his true role being a soldier, a killer, and not regretting it because that's your order.
You keep trying to play yourself off as some sort of weapon. No matter how hard you may want to be, you're not a machine. You're a murderer.
In my opinion, Season 12 is the beginning of the revelation that Locus is the Great Destroyer, and Felix is the darkness that needs the weapon to survive. And when I saw season 13, I started to realize that maybe this theory is correct. Tucker tries to go up against Felix alone and fails, but fortunately was able to catch Felix in his own lies and send the truth to the two armies with Epsilon's help. Now exposed by the Reds and Blues, the Mercs follow orders and retreat.
Let me assure you all, this is not over.
This is Vanessa Kimball of the New Republic ordering an immediate ceasefire.
All soldiers of the Federal Army stand down at once!
Now that the two armies have come to a truce, they retreat back to Kimball's base, where Church finishes cracking the manifest.
Charon Industries, big umbrella corporation that got a hand in pretty much every major market you can think of. Even messed around with cryogenics a few years back. But it looks like their largest profits come from weapons and technology. They own most of the stuff on the ship.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, Project Freelancer stole some assets from them once or twice, and managed to destroy quite a bit of private property in the process.
You mean the Resistance? I thought they were a UNSC splinter group.
The soldiers were all UNSC, but according to my records, they'd been hired on to act as Charon's private security force.
Is that legal?
I doubt it.
This also connects CT, the leader, pill guy, whatever, and his mission to find the orb. The Charon soldiers originally had ODST armor when we first saw them in Season 9 and 10, but after CT gave her armor up to the leader, now Charon men suddenly have a similar style armor. I think it's interesting, and that could be a cool way of explaining why their armor suddenly looks different.
Looks like Charon and the military started getting really buddy-buddy around the time that... Oh.
The last thing they discover is that the CEO of Charon Industries is Malcolm Hargrove, aka the chairman of the Oversight Subcommittee for the UNSC. That explains why he was so hard-pressed to take down the director. The director stole the engineer from him and possibly other tech along the way. I said the prophecy was like recursion, and this whole thing in both iterations of the prophecy was because the director. However, now it goes farther back than him. He stole the alien tech from Charon, who had stolen it from Chorus and places like Chorus. Now the Reds and Blues followed it back here. Playing off of Caboose's line that time is made of circles, while that is a joke Caboose is making, I believe that the prophecy is actually time correcting itself from the events of Season 3. That in a way, the time circle is coming back together.
Then what are our orders? Go to war.
Bring it on, motherfuckers. We're not going anywhere. From your friends, the incredibly badass and sexually attractive Red and Blue soldiers of Project Freelancer. P.S.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, and your home planet favorites, Slip Space!
Yeah, go Slip Space!
Thanks, buddy!
Okay, so I'm pretty sure no one gives a shit about Griffball at this point in time, but I have to be honest, I checked it out and it wasn't that bad. What with Season 15 through 17, and then RVB 0 not exactly being what I was hoping for, I started to look around at the other Red vs. Blue Machinima stuff, and I found Team Slip Space, a Griffball story, and it wasn't bad. Like I said in my last video, I like to take stuff that's deemed non-canon if I can and consider it canon to Red vs. Blue. And now that my editing software is not eating itself from the inside out, I'm going to do that. Not only do I think Team Slipspace, a Griffball story, could be canon to Red vs. Blue, but I also feel like the Griffball teams are actually the Red and Blue bases after they were taken over by the chairman and the UNSC after the director was deemed a criminal in Season 6. They could have been started before he was deemed a criminal, but I think around that time he was being investigated at least. The Griffball cameo at the beginning of Season 10 was said by Bernie Burns to be inaccurate, and to that he said, fuck it. So I think they were just using that scene as a non-canon way of opening the season in an entertaining way. And we know that scene was inaccurate because the war ended in 2553, and it says on the internet that the game Griffball was invented 2554, a year after the war ended. So let's say after the war, the Red and Blue bases started to transition into Griffball teams.
The idea would be that the red and blue bases were made into griffball teams to soothe the director's crimes away, because the red and blue bases were victims of his, being made fodder for the freelancers. Chairman tries to utilize them as publicity and make money off of griffball. It's not the first time he mixed military and business, or politics and business. That's basically the whole concept of what he did on Chorus. The griffball teams have swords and hammers because Chairman owns Charon, who steals alien tech, and so that's where they got the alien tech. Obviously not the same type of sword that Tucker has, but we know that elites do have swords. Also, a clue that Charon's connected to them, Freelancer was in charge of the Reds and Blues, and the Blues were the main team. Charon takes control of the red and blue bases and makes Griffball, and then the Reds are the main team. Just like we saw in the Triplets episodes, the blue teams were based off of Freelancers, the red team was based off of Charon soldiers. The interesting thing is, though, the aliens were on the blue team, which lines up with Fight the Good Fight, where the blues were said to be alien sympathizers. Each miniseries could be another scenario presented to them like the red and blue bases. The first one, they go up against aliens. The second one, they have a guy who throws grenades in the middle of the game. The third one, they deal with a criminal who can't be taken out of his cage during the game. The next one, they got to deal with negotiating with their agents through flawed and insane logic. And then the last one, they got to deal with Charon weapons. Then there's the inclusion of Pounder McJones, which is voiced by Gavin. And he also played Jones in Season 6, aka Joe Ennis. Pounder is obviously a fake name. Pounder McJones could be Joe Ennis, aka Jones. In the Griffball show, he was killed by one of the aliens, but later we see that he survived. So he could have survived Caboose. It's hard to kill him. And that could be a little joke they added. What could be interesting is if Sarge is the one who invented the game in the first place for Chairman and the UNSC, without knowing the intent behind it. He's just trying to insult Griff. The courts look and work just like the Hollow Room Sarge had built in Season 7. And the court has the same design, and the ball turns people into Griff with holographic technology. Just like the Hollow Room was designed to create Griffs they could kill. Now in Season 4 is when Sarge first mentions Griffball, a joke to insult Griff. Then the war ends in 2553. Griffball starts in 2554, a few months before the ship crashes in Valhalla. Around Season 7 is when Sarge creates the Hollow Room. That's when they would get the design for their court. And by the time the show actually starts, it would have started after Revelations. Because they say in the miniseries expansion that the game has been going for 17 months, 2 seasons. And I know in Season 6 they end up deleting the blues from the system, so therefore Command doesn't have any record on the blues. But by that time, the red and blue bases would have already started creating Griffball teams. So I could easily see the commissioner talking to the blue team about, oh, well, I guess, you could just play for free. And they're like, that's bullshit. And he's like, that's the game, fellas, or something like that. So it's not too much of a continuity error. That's my way around it. We also don't see the very early days of Griffball. So by the time we actually start seeing where they are in the show, Sarge could have worked his kinks out as we see his design being developed in Season 7. Another interesting thing that could be in this show is the commissioner is Agent Michigan. They call him Mish, just like Washington is called Wash. And then Brash, the other agent, could be Agent Nebraska. It's just an interesting way to connect Project Freelancer to this. Maybe they were hired by the chairman just like Wash was in Season 7. Except they're hired to look over the red and blue bases during Griffball, not kill other people.
You killed a player.
Chairman would just hire them to manage the red and blue Griffball teams, and they'd get money out of it, because one's the commissioner and one is an agent. What could also be interesting is if when Griff joins the game in Double Agent at the end of the whole miniseries, if you don't count Game Changer, Griff is joining the game to get easy money, and that could be during Season 9 while Church is in the memory unit. Church does say Carolina rounded up the guys so that they could save him, so Griff could have joined Griffball and then Carolina came and got him before they saved Epsilon from the memory unit. Other than making money off of the red and blue bases, I feel like there's an ulterior motive for the chairman or Charon while owning Griffball. The first miniseries introduces the aliens into the Griffball teams, and the last miniseries shows Charon tech be introduced to the Griffball game.
After the Great War, letting the aliens join the Griffball teams would seem like an act of peace, bringing the two societies together, but it would also give them an opportunity to manipulate the public perception of the aliens, because the aliens are advertised very heavily as the good winning team, but then eventually they start losing, and that starts driving down prices and driving down investment in the alien teams, making it look bad. This could put things in Chairman's favor when he eventually tries to restart the war with the aliens, which is a dropped plot point that Miles tried to put in Season 13. It got cut, but you can kind of see it in the background still. Not only would they be able to study the aliens in this scenario, but they'd be able to test these Charon weapons on them when they're introduced into the game, which is the weapon they're eventually going to bank on if the war were to start up with the aliens again. To study the aliens, they would use the stupidest of the aliens, just as they used the stupidest of the humans in the red and blue bases. As a start. One interesting thing I noticed is the aliens, as far as I can remember, are the only ones that respawn after dying. That could be because they're letting the aliens use the time distortion technology that they got from the director after the director was arrested or went into hiding. Yes, I know Season 15 says the time travel from 1 through 5 didn't happen, but no one has ever stated that Wyoming doesn't have a time distortion unit. That's what I'm talking about. As we know, Tucker's sword is connected to the time distortion unit, according to Season 5. The sword was alien tech, that would make the time distortion unit alien tech. So if, by chance, the aliens have more of this, the chairman wants to be prepared, and so they're testing it on the aliens. Maybe the Charon weapons are designed to slowly disintegrate people so that they can't respawn like the time distortion unit allows them to. Everything's completely disintegrated. Plus, they have an opportunity to test the time distortion technology, which I don't know if the chairman would do anything with that. I think it is possible that instead of actually going into time distortion and time travel study, he eventually just decides to use the energy from the time distortion unit to fix the power source problem in the metasuit, which is how I think he was able to make it so one AI could run all the armor abilities at once, just utilizing energy from the time distortion unit. Just like on Chorus, where they said that the Temple of Vision was basically a power source for all the other temples. So while Griffball ended up being a post-war game, it was secretly setting up the building blocks for a new war, which we know was obviously ended by the Reds and Blues. I know Team Slipspace may have been intended to be a non-canon miniseries just for fun, but I feel like it could be connected to the overall story. And if further developed, could be pretty cool. For years, I've been watching Red vs. Blue. The more small details stand out to me, the more I can't help but wonder what the bigger picture is. A story told in the background of the show, possibly. I obsessed over the show and formed theories that, honestly, I've been too lazy to make videos on. But in this future, I want to search through every inch of the show and find the truth. I must travel through time and finish my theories. Finally, I can find out how Red vs. Blue pays off the prophecy and who the Great Destroyer really is. Wait, so you're saying that Season 6 all the way to Season 13 relives the prophecy for Season 4 and 5? And Season 13 could be the very end of the prophecy? Season 13 starts with Locus and Felix hijacking a prisoner ship.
Huh? No survivors.
Sector 1, clear.
And recruiting what prisoners they could.
In the process, they reintroduced the counselor, now named Aiden Price, and Sharkface, the flamethrower trooper that Carolina and Wash defeated when stealing the engineer from Charon in the first place, back in the good old days of Project Freelancer. While the Reds and Blues and the Feds and News are at war with the Mercs and the Space Pirates, they discover that the Mercs have been exploring more than just alien weapons. Much like the Temple of Gravity on the planet, they've also been researching other temples. The Temple of Arms is the first one that the Reds and Blues investigate. Emily Gray is using her archaeology skills, because she has all sorts of skills because she's a genius, to try and translate the language on the temple wall, while Tucker pretends to have a rematch with Felix, and suddenly a holographic lock presents itself. As Tucker gets closer, an alien AI reveals itself and Tucker slashes at it, accidentally activating the temple. They discover this temple is a giant cache of weapons, one of the many things that the blue alien would have wanted to claim, most likely using them to help with the Great War against the UNSC, because around that time, if he had taken the ship, that's when the war was going on.
What's up?
After Tucker fails to speak its language, it hides the weapons and gives them a location of another temple to go to.
You just activated technology that's been dormant for thousands of years. And now I think it wants you to go somewhere.
Also, in the process, they discover, as well as the Mercs, that the activation of this temple shorted out the Mercs' prototype weapons because it tried to activate the alien parts of them, frying them completely, thus balancing the scales even further. The testing temple is the next temple they investigate. The Blues show up with Carolina and Emily, and each Blue enters the temple to be tested, as Emily reveals that only a being of great strength and mental clarity may enter successfully. Tucker enters, and even though he has the first sword, he fails and faces thousands of Felix and Locust clones, not being strong enough yet. Carolina enters, and she sees all of the freelancers, who she reveals later she had to watch all die, and then she sees the Reds and Blues all die, leading her to fear that she won't be strong enough to take down the enemies and save her friends, her second family. I've mentioned in the first time travel video that I think the temple's connected to the time distortion unit. Maybe even the origins of it, because, it shows people the past or future, and the teleportation technology linked to it is connected to the future cubes. Teleportation technology, past, future, and that's what the time distortion unit is in a nutshell. This makes me think that if Chorus is connected to the prophecy, then this temple could be what was used to prophesize the entire thing. Then that vision could have been stored within the engineer. Maybe it was even the engineer's vision, if the engineers had anything to do with the construction of Chorus. They eventually realize that Caboose is dumb, empty-headed, and sends him in, hoping that he matches the mental clarity thing. This hints at what Gamma said, the Great Destroyer is the stupidest life form. Caboose activates the temple properly, revealing an alien AI, whom he names Santa, which, when you think about it, is like when the military names their project after Greek myth, so it's not really that dumb. Caboose doing this and proving that he's a true warrior now, passes his Great Destroyer torch along to someone new. Santa says that one of the temples on Chorus was activated without the Great Key, which shouldn't have been possible. The Gravity Temple, Locust and Felix have, which is probably why Carl wanted the orb in Season 7.
It is now clear to me that although your key comes from another world, it was in fact forged by my creators, and is therefore acceptable.
Sweet!
Caboose uses his dumb guy exposition abilities to say that it's like a spare.
Of course, in case you lock one in your car!
A spare because Santa reveals more temples around the planet, such as a weather temple, which I've said before is connected to the weather machine that Sarge had in Lopez, in my opinion. One of the temples holds another key, or sword, that they can use to activate any of the temples on the planet, including the Temple of Communications.
We just gotta activate that temple and call for help!
And if the wielder thinks that the people of Chorus aren't worthy, they can use the key to activate a temple called the Purge, which is used to kill all inhabitants on the planet.
As its bearer, the Great Key will remain bonded to you and you alone until the time of your death.
Unless, of course, you flatline for 5 seconds.
I think the prophecy sets up that the hero claims the spare key so that they can stop the one who claims the Chorus key from destroying the planet. This is where we also learn that all the temples get an update for the location of the testing temple. So the Mercs actually showed up first. Locus and Felix enter the temple, and while we don't see Felix's vision at first, we see Locus in his past in one moment specifically that defines him. In this scenario, Locus played the part of a creature that his past self and his team, including Felix, referred to as a monster. This is his team during the Great War. They couldn't understand anything he said and ultimately kill him. And according to Miles, he feared becoming a monster that no one understood, hence why he's always trying to understand Wash, convince him that they're alike. However, Wash continues to keep proving him wrong. Sharkface emerges later as the Blues finish with the temple and find out the Mercs now know about the second key. Sharkface radios Felix and Locus, and Felix rushes to the temple to claim it. After the Blues manage to get out of the situation they're in, they radio Doyle to send men to the temple so that they can get the key first. Without any reinforcements to spare, Doyle goes himself, with the help of Donut and Lopez. At the Temple of the Key, Doyle claims the key and Felix eventually scares him into giving it up, but unfortunately for Felix, it's now genetically locked to Doyle. Tucker's team shows up, and he has the opportunity to take down Felix, but he fails as the hero to summon the courage, so Felix escapes with the help of Locus. Carolina also runs into Sharkface and learns that he was from the engineer's heist. She also learns that he wants revenge for her part in killing his friends, the security force. Because of her vision, she overutilizes her suit and her armor abilities and weakens Epsilon, causing her to fail and be defeated by Sharkface. In Season 12, Epsilon was talking to the other minds about Carolina having dreams about Sigma that kept her up. I think it would be interesting if her dream about Sigma was somehow foreshadowing her facing off with Sharkface again. Sigma could be symbolizing Sharkface in her dream since she faced him in the heist while he used fire. She then got Sigma, who looked like fire. Like she got it as a prize for defeating him, now having dreams of Sigma right before he returns. Doc also reemerges at the temple, and the Blues reveal they didn't even know he was gone. He said he was trapped in another dimension where time and space made no sense and there was no logic. So I guess he was just teleported to the Shizno Paradox trilogy. Regardless, finding out his friends forgot him, he turned into O'Malley again. This could be Fate's way of passing the torch to Felix. I'll explain soon. So finally, the Mercs decide to attack the Chorus Army's capital in order to kill Doyle and give full control of the sword to Felix. Now that all of Locus and Felix's men are in the capital, as one final Hail Mary attack, the Reds and Blues decide to evacuate the city and blow it up with a nuclear reactor, decimating Charon's forces. In the process, Carolina faces off against Sharkface in the streets. Carolina apologizes for what she did to Sharkface in the past. Then she continues to fight Sharkface, letting him wear himself out, until she has no choice but to let Wash and Kimball fill him with bullets. I think this happens to teach her she doesn't have to be the best, lessening her reliance on Epsilon, so she can pass him back to Tucker later. And due to the unfortunate circumstances, Doyle realizes that he needs to activate the core himself, giving his life for the heroes. This gives Felix the sword fully, and him and Locus head to the Purge to kill the whole planet. Kimball finally rallies the feds and the news together. Tucker then activates the Temple of Arms one more time so they can attack another temple, the Temple of Communications, so that they can radio for help and win the war. Meanwhile, Wash and Carolina and Epsilon meet the Mercs at the Purge Temple to stop them from using it. Carolina fights Felix since Tucker still can't, and Wash keeps trying to convince Locus that he's a monster if he keeps trying to kill them. He also insists that he continues to hide from the truth, from himself. This is where the story of the Great Destroyer comes to climax. Felix has the key, so he would be activating the Purge. So is he the Great Destroyer? Well, the episode is called The Great Destroyers, but Gamma said there was only one being that is the Destroyer. Think about this. I said a long time ago that I thought all the AI fragments had little bits of the prophecy bestowed upon them, especially since Gamma seemed to know the Great Journey and the Great Destroyer, and there's been evidence that the other fragments have had roles to play as well.
What do they have to worry about?
Pelican crashes, lightning strikes. Hey, maybe they know something we don't.
This is where we get Theta's part in the whole prophecy. Theta represents Felix in the prophecy. He was given Agent North because North had the personality that could nurture Theta. Theta needed to be taken care of to function. He also ran the shield for North, and when the meta picked him up, he also got the shield. Theta became part of the second darkness there. The EMP killed Theta, and when the Meta died, it was revealed that Charon took the Meta's suit and upgraded his armor abilities to not need AI. Locus was given Tex's Invis unit, and Felix got the shield. It mirrors Tucker's sword, who is the hero of the prophecy. It's later revealed to Locus by Santa what Felix's vision was. That his worst fear was Locus, because while Locus can survive without Felix, Felix cannot do the same without Locus. Locus always wanted to be the perfect weapon, and he has an X on his helmet. In the Greek alphabet, much like the AI's names, X is key. Locus, the weapon, and key, Felix can't live without. Felix is the final darkness. The shield was the torch passed from the Meta to Felix. And if he can't live without Locus, Locus is responsible for Felix. He's the reason Felix is even alive anymore. He's the only reason he was able to claim the key. Locus is the destroyer, a weapon, the weapon that Wash has been trying to retrieve by convincing him his ideology is flawed. The Invis unit went to Locus, Tex's armor ability. You may say Omega ran it, so it represents him, but after she stopped using Omega, like when Omega was knocked out of her head in Season 2, she still used the ability because she knew she was an AI, so the Invis represents her.
And she's always represented failure. Omega failed when getting her in Season 5, the Meta failed when getting her in Season 8, the Director failed because he couldn't live without her, and Felix can't live without Locus.
And if Locus knows, and they've both been trying to find a way to prove who is better, Locus or Felix, that was Felix's failure. Locus was his failure. Now this gets complicated.
The two songs in this episode are called Fatum Iustum Stultorum 1 and 2.
This is a reference to the game Marathon 2, which has a level named that. In that level, this phrase is a reference to the fact that one character crashed his ship onto a moon and died, and another made an epitaph that read this phrase, which means, the just fate of the foolish. The last and only time we've seen Marathon mentioned in RVB was in Season 3, in the episode that they first mentioned the Great Destroyer. And the first thing we see? A lava map that Church is at, when he finds himself in the past. We find out later that the monitor that Church was in the crashed ship on Sidewinder, so this could very well be saying that the lava map mentioned here represents the Purge Temple, the first and last mentions of the Great Destroyer. And later, Santa calls Locus a fool, and it's saying that the fate of this fool is that he is the Great Destroyer.
And I think they really wanted us to pick up on this clue because there's two things called the Purge in this season.
But on the other side of this, it could also be talking about the fate of the fool in the lava map in Marathon. I've said that the Church clones went off to the off-site storage facility, in my opinion, so the only person we could have seen there last was Yellow Church.
Hold on a second.
Because if Church escaped the time loop, he would have been blown to the future, Yellow Church would have been blown back to the past, back to the hallway. And if he was the only one there, right outside that hallway is the lava map. Him in the lava map, Locus and Felix at the Purge. The mirror of this could confirm that Yellow Church is named Z, like the symbols on Locus and Felix's helmet.
And in my Engineering the Prophecy video, I have many examples connecting Yellow Church to the Great Destroyer,
continuing to tell me that Z represents the Destroyer, him coming first, Locus coming last. But I've said that Locus is the only Destroyer, right? Well, Felix has the sword in this situation, and in the Greek alphabet, X can replace Z. And because Locus is the Great Destroyer, and because of who he works for, Charon is the great doom that the Destroyer is destined to bring upon millions who turn out to be Chorus, and if successful, the galaxy with his power. And much like the lava map being inside a ship crash, the Temple of the Purge is in a ship crash.
Son of a bitch.
Once Carolina and Wash arrive at the Communications Temple, meaning all 3 seasons involve sending a transmission, 11, 12, and 13, Carolina gives Tucker Epsilon, the key. Now that Carolina has faith in herself, the twin passes the key to the hero. Once in the temple, Locus and Felix are revealed to have survived the explosion, and Felix goes on to attack the Reds and Blues.
Now, without Locus, Felix can't stand up to the Reds and Blues' full teamwork.
I'm the original bad boy.
Locust then shows up and throws down his gun.
No.
What? We need each other. What about our orders?
No more killing.
Letting the Reds and Blues do what they want. This means that Wash has retrieved the key and weapon, aka Locust, for the hero. You could always say that Santa was one of the people who helped convert Locust, but honestly, if it weren't for Wash, the things Santa tell Locust about how Felix can't live without him probably would have just prompted him to kill Felix and then still kill the Reds and Blues. Wash is the one who made him realize the right thing to do. In his rage, Felix throws the sword at Locust, and the Reds and Blues trap him. Now Tucker, as the hero, learns to trust his friends in taking down Felix, learning from his vision in the temple. And Tucker throws the final blow to defeat the darkness.
Wait!
Locust gets the weapon like the Destroyer's supposed to, as he claims the sword and activates the temple so Epsilon can send their distress call to the whole galaxy.
I'm going to make things right. But not from inside a cell.
If you run, we'll find you.
No. You won't.
Locust disappears and Hargrove arrives as the Great Doom. As Hargrove starts dropping mantis bots on the colonists and the pirates alike to cover up his tracks, the Reds and Blues realize they have to get to his ship to shut them down.
But in order to do that, we need to go to the source.
Pizza, anyone? Once aboard the ship, they find Phyllis still alive, who betrays the chairman and leads them to the trophy room, and Tucker deactivates all the mantis droids. Here, Griff gets his Griff shot back. Gee, I wonder if this is permanent. And Epsilon discovers and reveals to Tucker
What the hell?
Tucker, the hero, has just gained the final weapon. The powers in the prophecy that Andy said that the hero would get. And the key, Epsilon. Epsilon realizes, though, that he can't run the suit alone. The only way to do this is to use the memories of the other fragments and delete himself, inspired by Doyle's sacrifice. He says his goodbyes to his friends and activates the weapon for the hero to stop the Great Doom. Now, to me, the Great Prophecy is complete. Here's the thing. My videos are about things I feel like were explained in Red vs. Blue, but only subtly, and I wish they'd be explained directly. And I'm not saying these things definitely happened, I'm just saying it looks a lot to me like they did. And they very well could have. As one more attempt to convince people of my theories, if the director did in fact create the prophecy from Season 4, then why is it in the character profile for the Green Alien, it says that he studied the prophecy his whole life, and even multiple lives? How could the rules for the sword in the prophecy be exactly the same as the rules for the sword on Chorus? If the alien knew about the rules of the sword and it just happened to be exactly the same as on Chorus, the director couldn't have invented the prophecy himself. Furthermore, if Wyoming has a time distortion unit, and he was using simulations to train with it, why would they put him through simulations involving situations that couldn't happen? If Church's time loop was only a simulation in a computer, how did the Reds and Blues know about the time travel? Not to mention, simulations don't have to mean fake in a computer. They could easily be false scenarios in real life using the technology they already have, such as the time distortion unit. Either all these details are the biggest coincidence in the history of shows, or I've got to be onto something. And it actually gives rewatchability to the show. It's telling a time travel and prophecy story in the most unique way possible, not even mentioning it for the rest of the show after bringing it up earlier in the show. Just leaving small details here and there for you to pick up on. It's like the situation from Season 3 and 4 never stopped. And it definitely adds to the recursion concept of Church trying to save Tex. For a show that one of the main themes was recursion, the fact that there are time loops and repetitive moments could logically tie into the overall theme. We deal with multiple seasons involving time travel in the prophecy, and then the other seasons have clues here and there and reference it from time to time. Yet we see 5 seconds of a state blowing up in the background, and the automatic assumption is that Project Freelancer destroyed that state to cover up Florida's death, even though that was never even stated. Like a 5-second
image isn't a simulation, but all this other stuff is without any explanation as to how it was pulled off? I don't buy that. I've seen all these details and I can't unsee them, so to me that's just how the show is. With all the similarities and coincidences in the show, to me it looks like they did this on purpose. And I'm not saying I got everything right, but I feel like I got pretty damn close. That's one of the many reasons I can't enjoy the show after season 14. They try to tell stories like this, but without actually answering this. They just make it its own separate thing. I can't accept that. As stupid as that sounds, I'm a huge fan of the show, and to tell a story like that, to disregard all the other seasons, is just ridiculous to me. All I'm trying to do is help Red vs. Blue fans see the show how I see it, in my OCD obsessive way. To me, that adds an extra layer of fun and mystery to it. At this point, it doesn't feel like they'll ever answer those questions outright, so this is what I've got. I wanted to see that story, so I talked about it. And I really hope Red vs. Blue fans enjoy it. But there's one unanswered question, though. What became of Yellow Church? As I've been going through the entire series of Red vs. Blue and devising a theory that ties the entire story together, I've gotten to a character that I've had some issue with as far as coming up with a theory for him. He doesn't really show up that much in the show, but he shows up enough that he's a little intriguing. I'm talking about Private Jenkins. He's a Blue Team member that really only shows up in alternate endings, deleted scenes, and a cameo here and there in actual canon. A lot of fans were curious about what his true nature was, and even thought that maybe it was possible that he was secretly Agent Georgia, the agent that flew off into space because of a jetpack mishap. While there are a handful of connections to Georgia, he also doesn't really have much time in the show to really explore his story either. We first see Jenkins in an alternate ending to Season 5, revealing that Church had a dream the entire time about Season 2, 3, 4, and 5, because when he got blown up by the tank, he didn't actually die, he just got put into a coma. And Jenkins was a soldier that just happened to not be in the dream he had while he was unconscious. In Season 7, he was in one of Sarge's memories about what they did in Season 6, when they deleted the Blues from the command database. In that memory, Sarge remembered everything completely wrong, whether it be Griff being killed, Simmons turning into a motorcycle and them driving away, or just Jenkins being there and agreeing with Caboose that they should be on the red team. His next appearance was in a deleted scene in Season 8, where he was actually an alien. Then in Season 9, we hear of a soldier on the oil platform when the twins are attacking and get saved by Carolina. The soldier was said to have stolen another one of the soldiers' terminal duty for 8 weeks. Some people say that that's not actually Jenkins, it's not the same one, but I see no reason why it's not the same Jenkins. If Demo Man survived the explosion, Jenkins could have too. And then we see Jenkins mentioned in Season 14. He shows up on the roster in Blood Gulch for the backup soldiers that would be sent just in case Agent Florida died. In the false memory Sarge has about Season 6, Jenkins has the same armor color and same helmet as Agent Georgia, minus his special details, which are either red or pink. So that's why a lot of people think that they're the same character, despite their voices not being the same. However, I'd say you could probably explain that with a vocabulator malfunction on his helmet. Georgia really only shows up in the end credit scene in Season 10, after having been mentioned in Season 10, and then we see him briefly in the Triplets episodes. Oddly, we don't have any Jenkins appearances in the Chorus trilogy. If you actually look at the Jenkins appearances, first off, if the oil platform appearance of Jenkins is canon, and that is the same Jenkins, then he can't be Georgia, unfortunately. Maybe if Jenkins survived the oil platform, he was sent to the Red and Blue programs because he failed his job, and it is all the same military technically. I know a lot of people want them to be the same characters, but if Georgia was recruited with all the other freelancers, he'd already be a freelancer when Jenkins was on the oil platform. Yeah, you could always consider that maybe Georgia's undercover on the oil platform, but still, Tex, the best of the best, was on that oil platform mission, and her name was on the headcount roster for 479er when she was picking up Carolina. And if she was on that roster, even though she wasn't picked up by the ship, why wouldn't Georgia? It's not like he was higher ranked than her. I think it would have been a lot more interesting if they looked at these appearances of Jenkins and thought, how can this connect to a story with
cosmic powers, ancient aliens, and time travel. Just like they could have used the time travel stuff and the prophecy stuff from 3 through 5. They reference prophecy, but it's not the same one. On the oil platform, that's the place where the engineer was hidden, and that's why the freelancers were there, to get information on the engineer. Obviously, it was relocated and they had to go get it during the heist, but the fact that Jenkins was there where the engineer was kept at a time could have been utilized. Engineers are ancient aliens created by Forerunners. And if Krovos is an ancient being at the beginning of the universe that basically created everything in this arc, why couldn't they have utilized that concept? Then there's the fact that I realized not only was the engineer on the oil platform with Jenkins, but the engineer's also the creature that fixed the Alpha every time he fractured. And when the Alpha goes into hiding and they can't fracture him anymore, that's the next time we see Jenkins. He's on the roster by mistake, as fate would have it, and then he shows up in that alternate ending. In another one of my videos, I said that maybe that alternate ending where Jenkins is in Blood Gulch could be the beginning of the time loop. He could be why the tank didn't blow Church up. And then after Simmons and Griff show up and kill Jenkins, Caboose, Tucker, and Church, that's when Church was sent to Blood Gulch by Wyoming and Gamma to start the time loop. And that's why when Church gets to Blood Gulch, the tank is already set so it wouldn't cause friendly fire, and it's named Phyllis because Jenkins accidentally caused that, trying to stop it from blowing up Church. And funny enough, the next time we actually see Jenkins in Season 7 is in a memory Sarge is having of when they were at command trying to save Church's memories and give them back to Church. So not only have we seen Jenkins with the creature that helped fix Alpha, and with Alpha, but now in a scene where they're trying to get Alpha's memories. And then, as fate would have that, the alien that we see him as in Season 8's deleted scene is one of the aliens that worships the orb that Church's memories were put into. And that alien has almost all of the armor permutations that Santa has. While the oil platform, the roster, and the Blood Gulch appearance in the alternate ending have one straight connection, I don't know how they could connect to Sarge's weird daydream and the alien in the desert, but you get my point. The thing with Jenkins is, all of his appearances, if you look at all these finer details, could make it very well look like that Jenkins is following Alpha and making sure each step of his life goes a certain way for the engineer, the one that was protecting him and keeping him repaired when he was fractured. I will say it's an interesting coincidence that Jenkins shows up everywhere that Alpha is either evolving or in need of protection, and Georgia just happens to be one of the only freelancers we've seen that doesn't get an AI. Mainly because he was thrown off into space and was left out of the action, just like Jenkins is left out of the action in all these scenes we see him in. One kind of protecting the AI and one wanting an AI could be a reason why Jenkins and Georgia face each other at one point off screen in an unknown story. And also looking at Jenkins, he has a lot of similarities to Tucker in some ways. He's in Blood Gulch with Church. He later has freelancer armor. He later has an alien version of himself. And that alien version is looking for an ancient weapon. Unfortunately, I don't have a full theory as to what could happen instead of what happens with Jenkins, just because Georgia and Jenkins have very few appearances throughout the show. And if you've seen my obsession levels with this show and my other videos, you know I've tried. I'm sure by now you can tell that I'm obsessed with Red vs. Blue, and as a person who's obsessed with Red vs. Blue, sometimes I look at somewhat non-canon Red vs. Blue content and try to see if there's a way to make it canon, such as some of the alternate endings from Season 5. For example, the Jenkins alternate ending where Church wakes up and finds out everything was a dream and he wasn't actually killed by the tank. I think maybe that could be possible that that's part of the time loop, where Jenkins was sent to the base to make sure Church wasn't killed by the tank because, of course, he's there, but Church wasn't killed by the tank. And then when they all get shot up by the Reds, that's when Gamma sends Church to try to fix the situation, hence why Church accidentally causes his own death with the tank, and why Sheila goes to be renamed Phyllis and then renamed Sheila. As far as Jenkins being sent to Blood Gulch, we do know from Season 14 that he was on the accidental roster for backup soldiers that would be sent to Blood Gulch, so he's at least canon in some way. Another example is the alternate ending of Season 5 with the aliens attacking. That alternate ending could be created by the Wyoming time loop, one of the outcomes that the Reds and Blues don't see because it's an alternate timeline. And then I also like to take that and say that that ultimately results in RVB Animated, the animated version of RVB that was released on the Season 6 DVD. And then we see in Season 14, they actually took RVB Animated and made it canon, but as an event inside the memory unit in Season 9. Which I think both could still be canon, like one of them's an alternate timeline because of the Wyoming time loop, and then Church accidentally recreates those events in the memory unit, trying to get Tex to stay in Blood Gulch. So they're both canon in a way. And I know the point of the Season 9 memory unit story was to show us mirrored versions of events from the RVB show, except with a little different twist. And because it's a memory unit, if Season 9 and possibly Room Zero are showing us events in the main timeline or alternate timeline, how does that apply to MIA and Where There's a Will, There's a Wall, the two mini-series in Season 9 about the memory unit that were unrelated to the main story? If it's in the memory unit and Church isn't reliving memories in those episodes, how does that apply? And another mini-series that has an unknown location in the timeline is RVB 360, where you can interact with the episodes by looking around the entire environment with the mouse. And I think I've figured out how I can fit all these things into canon, and not be too much of a stretch. The one RVB 360 episode that is easily made canon is the episode The Talk, where Tucker's trying to give Junior the sex talk. That could easily have happened at one point during Season 5, in between the different scenes before, the Great Holy Valley thing happens, where Wyoming and Omega try to steal Junior. The only issue with that is Caboose is wearing the wrong helmet. The episodes, though, that I would mainly like to explain are A Day at the Base, The Flag, MIA, Where There's a Will, There's a Wall, and Supply Drop. I think all those episodes go here, in the gap of time between the bomb blowing up on Sidewinder and the Reds and Blues waking up in the desert. As I explained in my time travel videos, what I think happened there was, when the bomb blew up, it damaged the time distortion unit, causing the Reds and Blues to reverse their death from the explosion, but then be stuck in a warp where they viewed time so fast, they thought it was an instant, but really they were just living their lives regularly. Other than the fact that the counselor in Season 7 said the Reds and Blues were relocated to the desert to investigate a mysterious energy reading, this is why I think that. First is A Day at the Base and The Flag. In those episodes, the bases they're at look like the Season 2 base, which is in Halo 1, but the armor they have is very much like Halo 2, Halo 3, which is in Season 4 and on. So I think when they got sent back to Blood Gulch after surviving the bomb, they got new armor and were just sent back to Blood Gulch. And you might say, how can this be in that time period? Caboose has a picture of Epsilon on the wall in that scene. It's not Epsilon, it's actually the AI in his head. Yellow Church. But this is where Supply Drop comes in. Now usually when the Reds and Blues get supplies, they don't get it all at the same time. They talk about each other getting supplies because they see ships showing up to the opposite bases, like when they got the tank and the rookies. But in this, they're collectively getting supplies from a dropship, which they jokingly said they shot down. It could have been coming to them anyway, but they may have shot it down thinking it was an enemy ship because they're morons. But in that episode, they have a helicopter that Caboose and Donut are flying around. And they have a new recruit. In that episode, the new recruit ultimately gets killed when Caboose and Donut crash the helicopter on him. And we never get to, know who that new recruit is. But there is the fact that in the memory unit, we get some sort of answer. In Season 9, they mention a soldier that died that was on Blue Team.
Private Andrew Smith.
Andrew Smith?
Oh, Mr. Andrew Smith!
Maybe Church and Tucker improvised that name in Season 9 because subconsciously the memory unit knew he actually existed. Because we do see Andrew Smith's name on the roster with Jenkins in Season 14. So maybe Andrew Smith was sent to the base before they were sent to the desert, and Caboose crashed it on him and killed him. This is where There's a Will, There's a Wall comes in. Or at least partially. While the Blues are staring at their helicopter that they got in Where There's a Will, There's a Wall, each of them are imagining something that they would do with the helicopter. Church imagines he would leave Blood Gulch forever, Tucker imagines impressing a bunch of female soldiers, and Caboose just imagines that he'd crash it. Is it possible that Caboose imagining him crashing it is actually what he remembers happened, and then the story of how it actually crashed in Where There's a Will, There's a Wall is a fake memory he told Epsilon to cover up for his guilt of killing Andrew Smith?
I told him Caboose did it. Apparently
Apparently they already have a shortcut on their keyboard for reporting his team kills. Control F-U.
The next episode I want to speak about is MIA, because the main story of that is the Reds can't find Griff. And so, while they go in search of him, they ask the Blues for their help, and in return, the Blues get all of their supplies. And in the process, they end up going to the city and meeting up with Tucker's informant guy. An informant guy he could have acquired due to the fact that right before the bomb went off, he had just learned that red and blue were the same. And so he was looking into it. And ultimately, they find out that Griff and Donut were just at the mall. At one point in those episodes, they run into the red and blue grunts. The only other time that they've met them, and they actually reference, they're like, oh, it's these guys. So it could have been quite recent that they had seen them before. Maybe they were sent back to their base after those events on Sidewinder as well. There's also the fact that the Reds called Doc for help at one point, and Doc says, it's weird hearing from you guys. And that could be because, right before the bomb went off, Doc was possessed by O'Malley, the villain. But the thing that gets me is, at the end of the episode, when the Reds and Blues finally get back to their base, the Blues get all the Reds' supplies, and their base is overflowing, meaning they probably need a bigger base now. Now, originally when the Reds and Blues got back to Blood Gulch in Season 4, they thought that Sheila rebuilt the bases, and that's why they're much bigger. But there's actually an explanation for this in the episode Get Bent in Season 14, which is in the memory unit. When Church goes in the memory unit, he finds out that the Reds are gender bent, so they're a bunch of female soldiers instead of male soldiers. And their base is huge on the inside, and they said all they had to do was call command and get it updated. So, because they needed more room in the base for stealing the Reds' gear, they tried to call command and have their base rebuilt. And because the Reds can't have anything less than the Blues, they did the same thing. And hey, there's also the possibility that the reason they were gender bent in Get Bent was because Caboose remembering that that's what happened in the time loop when no one else remembered what happened there. Could be because he had an AI in his head that was based off of a gender-bent character, and so in that memory, everyone else was gender-bent. Yellow Church. You might ask, if Church is in these episodes, how can my theory be accurate? Because I've said before, when the bomb goes off, Church gets sent forward into the future to stop the windmill from being blown up. So how's he with the Reds and Blues in the gap of time? The temporal. This might be a cop-out answer, but maybe he gets distorted just like the rest of the Reds and Blues, and Lopez. And then once they all snap out of the time warp, Church then gets teleported to the moment where he has to stop the windmill from blowing up. This just moves the moment that he got teleported forward in time. While their bases are being rebuilt, that could be when they're reassigned to the desert to investigate the mysterious energy reading. The other bit of Where There's a Will, There's a Wall is the story about Sarge trying to figure out what's on the other side of this mysterious wall at their base. And he builds a ramp for Griff to drive a warthog through the wall. And the warthog obviously doesn't go through and it explodes. That's where Caboose's story of Simmons and Lopez crashing the helicopter into it factors into there being a hole in the wall. It's possible, and this could be the most stretchy part of my theory, that the whole concept of the warthog flying into the wall and being destroyed could be an answer to why there's a destroyed warthog in the desert when the Reds and Blues wake up. It's possible while they're in the desert, they're trying to figure out what's on the other side of a wall. Maybe that wall that's around the dig site in Season 7. And when they crash into the wall, it destroys the warthog. Thus, that's why there's a destroyed warthog when they wake up. There's also the fact that Counselor describes the base in the desert as a reward base. He never says it, but we see it on his screen. And maybe that could be due to the fact that because the Reds and Blues learned that the Reds and Blues were all the same, the Counselor used it as an excuse like, oh, you've accomplished your mission by finding out that the Reds and Blues were all the same. Here is a reward base. But also sending them on the mission in return for rebuilding their Blood Gulch bases. So ultimately my theory is that MIA, the real version of it, not the memory unit version of it, supply drop, day at the base, and the flag all happen within the gap of time between the bomb blowing up on Sidewinder and them waking up in the desert. A time period I'll probably call the temporal, because that's what Sarge calls it when him and the Reds and Blues are spinning around in that white and black spiral with all the clocks when the bomb blows up in Season 3. Which, by the way, I think that scene actually does happen canonically, but it's the Reds and Blues having a vision of them going to the future because, like I've connected several times in the past, the Time Distortion unit is connected to the Temple of Vision on Chorus because it shows the future. The Red and Blue Grunts become cultists because they see visions after dying so much. Or how Doc went insane in the Future Cube just like the Red and Blue Grunts did. Or how Wash saw a vision in the Future Cubes because the cubes are connected to the Temple of Vision. The Reds and Blues saw a vision of going to the future because they were stuck in the temporal. And then so the overall concept of where there's a will, there's a wall. The helicopter part of the story is Caboose's fake story to deny the fact that he killed Andersmith. And the car part of the story is the Reds trying to get through the wall at the dig site, because it's implied that the dig site in Season 7 and the desert in Season 4 are the same location. I have a few honorable mentions of events that could have happened in the actual Red vs. Blue timeline that may have been hinted at in the memory unit. I think the fact that Tex actually ends up shooting Lopez and showing that that's how he became just a head could be actually how he became a head in Season 4. He wasn't destroyed by the bomb. You know, he was distorted just like everyone else. Maybe he was guarding the base with O'Malley. Tex, who was already up on the wall, shot him, destroying his body, making him just a head. And then she hid behind a column. And that's why O'Malley's looking around, making sure no one's watching him. Because he saw someone shoot Lopez, and now he's keeping an eye open. And of course, there's a sniper rifle on the ground next to Tex in that scene. So it wouldn't be that convoluted idea I came up with where the weather machine merged with the time machine and created a portal and sent Lopez to the future and only left his head in the future. Tex shot him, and that's why he's just a head in the sand. On the subject of events that happen after the Reds and Blues wake up in the desert, Andy the Bomb. Just like we get somewhat of a solution as to how Lopez was a head in the sand, we get a little more backstory on how Andy can talk in Season 9. One more detail of something that just happens to connect to them waking up in the desert. In Season 10, we get even more backstory on Andy, but it's like, if you blink, you'll miss it. That and the fact that at one point Sarge actually uses a digger, which shows up out of nowhere. And the fact that they're investigating an energy reading in Season 9, which, as we know, is the earthquakes created by the memory unit being jostled. We know that when they were sent to the desert, they were sent there to investigate mysterious energy readings. I can understand if this theory is kind of a stretch, but I think it's undeniable that that spot in RVB Season 3 is a little questionable. The fact that we don't see what happens between those moments, and just saying, oh, it's a simulation, doesn't cover enough. And what better place in RVB to show what happened in a gap of time than a memory unit? RVB definitely has its moments of subtle, secretive writing, and I think that's a perfect example. So far, I've done 2 episodes in a segment where I try to take something from Red vs. Blue that may have been confused by fans, and I try to explain it in a way where it could make sense or fit into the canon better. I did this with the Florida mix-up, where people thought that Project Freelancer blew up the state of Florida to cover up Agent Florida's death. And I did this with Private Mickey to explain that he does exist, even though Jimmy gave Church false memories, Mickey still exists. With this 3rd episode, I want to explain something that does make a little more sense as to why it would be confused. The miniseries Out of Mind. As the show has gone on, details have been added to the show that have kind of made Out of Mind contradictory to the rest of the main story. And I say Out of Mind becomes contradictory because it's a miniseries, so details in the main series, I guess, would automatically dictate the story. I've thought about it a bit, and I'm going to answer the question, is Out of Mind out of canon? While the beginning of Out of Mind takes place right after Tex leaves the Reds and Blues to go chase Wyoming in Season 4, and most of the story takes place during Season 4, there are flashbacks that we see of Tex's past. The first flashback we see brings us to Tex during her freelancer training, right before she's about to get her AI implant, and she's talking to Church. That entire flashback could be taking place after the heist, but before Season 10, when the characters actually start getting AI. And before they even start fragmenting the Alpha. There is one small inconsistency about whether or not Tex knows what her armor ability power is.
They told us each one has a unique ability. I've been trying to figure out what mine is.
Tex, you don't have to do this.
And I think it's possible that if Church hadn't interrupted her, she may have worked into the sentence that she had discovered it was invisibility. The fact that Tex and Church are even talking during the Freelancer saga doesn't seem to line up in the first place. But my excuse is that, one, since neither of them know their AI at the time, the director allows Church to talk with Allison because they think they're dating, and he puts him into a body. Or there's the fact that Wash even says that during training, Omega would jump from armor to armor, and that was a trait that
came from Alpha, so obviously Alpha had to have at least done that a few times. So my guess is maybe Alpha jumped into another person's head when he wanted to talk to Tex because they were together, and Tex doesn't know she's an AI. Then there's the fact that Church and Jimmy seem to know each other.
Hey, Leonard, come on. Yeah, hold on a second, Jimmy.
I think it's possible that Church is actually inside Jimmy's head, and Jimmy from subconscious is being like, look, I gotta go do something, and so that's when he's about to jump out of his head. This could be why they chose Jimmy to implant Alpha into him after the Mother of Invention crash. He's done it before, and it worked well. As we see, Church doesn't actually follow Jimmy like Jimmy asked him to, so this could be a small hint that that's Jimmy's subconscious asking him to get out of his head, and then that's Church leaving Jimmy's head. This could confirm my theory about Mickey, and explain why Tex said she didn't kill Church on Sidewinder in Season 1. She could make the connection to Jimmy, leading to the scene in Season 1 where she's killing the Blues on Sidewinder. She could think that's where they hid the Alpha. And when she's wrong, that gave Florida the idea to use Jimmy and implant the Alpha into him to hide him in Blood Gulch. Once Tex shows up in Blood Gulch, she could eventually make the connection that he's in Jimmy's head, leading to her to say, that's why I didn't kill you on Sidewinder. Wyoming's taunting Church in that scene because, like the other freelancers, he could be aware that the Alpha jumps from body to body sometimes, and Wyoming is insinuating he goes back to training. Maybe he's insinuating rather subtly that he should actually just get out of the person's body and go back to the director, because he can't just tell him, hey, you're an AI. That could go against the protocol.
Technically, you're not even supposed to be here.
I know.
We also get to the flashback of Tex talking about each freelancer getting an AI, and eventually, because of, we know, the wash situation with Epsilon, they start removing some of the AI, and the AI don't want to be removed. As we know in Season 10, the only person that really gets their AI removed is Wash. Gamma is taken out of Wyoming's head by himself because the Meta was trying to steal him. York kept his. North kept his because of the experiment to see what would happen with him and his sister if one had it and the other didn't. Sigma got away possessing Maine. Carolina's AI were stolen by Sigma after becoming the Meta. Project Freelancer tried to take Tex's AI, but she escaped, as we saw in this episode. So really the only person whose was removed by Project Freelancer was Wash. The scene where they're trying to take the AI from her could be taking place before the scene where the freelancers are talking about her going rogue, and they'd find her eventually, and then she just shows up on her own. That doesn't really contradict anything. The one thing that does contradict things is when we see all the freelancers have black armor, and all the freelancers lining up to get their AIs deleted. Obviously, Tex didn't run into every freelancer when she was attacking the freelancer ship when it crashed on Sidewinder, but she could have been told by Project Freelancer that the AI are getting removed from all the freelancers, so that could be what she thought at the time. As far as the black freelancers, there's either the option that those are just her mental representation of what she was thinking, kind of like when you go into Caboose's head and you see everyone's mental versions because they're freelancers, she just thinks of them all as black freelancers, or there's the possibility that those are the Tex drones from Season 10. I know that seems like a stretch, but hear me out. Now imagine, after the director was revealed to be a criminal and he goes into hiding, he doesn't have access to all of Project Freelancer's assets because, he's in hiding and he's a criminal. But it's possible he still has a time distortion unit, the one that he would have gotten from Yellow Church when Yellow Church was sent back in time. This is the theory. It's possible that the Church clones inside the off-site storage facility still had the Alpha AI in them, but then when he eventually did what I think he did, which was take the memory of Tex out of all of the Church clones, put them in the body, it's possible he used the time distortion unit to send the Tex drones back in time to that moment when Tex was getting her AI taken out, and deleted all the remaining Alpha AI that the Tex drones had, leaving just the Tex AIs in the Tex drones. And that could be what happens to the AI of the Church clones. And there was a point that I was thinking that the scene we see Tex getting out of that cryo tube after being implanted with the AI was part of the Out of Mind series, but I realized it wasn't. I think it was just a scene in Season 1. But I'm going to cover that anyway, just in case there was any, discrepancies in people's minds with that situation. Obviously, when we see the freelancers get implanted with an AI, they're in that doctor's room, they're flipped forward in anti-gravity, and then they're injected on the back of the neck. Tex doesn't have a back of the neck as a human, she's a robot. So she could either have had the AI just stuck into her helmet in that position, or that scene of her getting out of the tube was when she was implanted with Omega. And it's also possible that that was the memory of her being put into the robot body in the first place. When Alpha remembered her, she just, because she doesn't realize she's an AI, confused that memory as when she was implanted with Omega. And as far as Tex not knowing that York would still have Delta, it's very possible that even though Delta was there for the break-in and then they went their separate ways, she may have thought that he lost Delta in between that time because Project Freelancer was looking for all of them. So that could be as simple just a misunderstanding on her part. One more continuity error that seems to exist is the fact that York wants revenge on Wyoming for what happened to his eye, when we all see in Season 9 that the meta is the reason why that happened. Agent Mayne throws a grenade, Tex shoots York with the paint pellets, and then it freezes up his armor, saving him so he doesn't lose his life, he just loses an eye. But you also have to consider that event happened because Maine and Wyoming were doing stuff he didn't expect. They weren't working as a team, and they had live ammunition, which he didn't know. So he could be blaming Meta and Wyoming. He's just getting revenge on Wyoming in this moment. There's also the part where Delta's asking York why he even wants revenge since his eye's not coming back. And he says the fact that he lost his eye is because he didn't give up when he should have, and it was because of pride. Starts talking about how no one could beat Omega and Allison, and so going after them for revenge is going to help him feel better. And it sounds like he's adding Omega as part of the reason why he lost his eye, and obviously Tex didn't have Omega at that point. I know a lot of people seem to theorize that the Alpha split before they got the Engineer. But I don't think that, given the rules that we've seen in the show, that would make sense for anyone to have AI before that came. So he could be mentioning Omega there because right now they're trying to take down Omega in Out of Mind, and he's working with Wyoming, who he wants the revenge on. He's just lumping them together because they work together. On a side note, Out of Mind gives us a good reason to explain why Yellow Church is an AI but still shows up solid when he pops out of Caboose's head in Season 5. We see in Out of Mind that Delta actually has the ability to go solid to make it look like he's an actual person. It's very possible the whole time that Yellow Church is in front of everyone, they think that he's human because he's making himself look solid, but because he thinks he's human, that's why he's appearing solid. Unlike Church, he doesn't think he's dead, so he's not showing up ghostly. Yes, Yellow Church knows he got killed inside Caboose's head, but seeing as how he seems to be aware of the entire situation, he would probably know that if he's killed in Caboose's head, he's not actually dead. So to basically sum up the training scene, yes, mechanically Tex is talking to Church. Church, the AI, Alpha, jumped into Jimmy's head, and Jimmy in the background asking him to go with him because they have to get to training is Jimmy's subconscious basically saying, look, I have to leave. And the fact that Alpha jumps into Jimmy from time to time is why he was chosen for the implant process when Church was sent to Blood Gulch. And Tex is the only freelancer other than Wash that the AI was attempted to be taken out of her. And the other black soldiers there could very well be the Tex drones distorted temporarily to get the Church clones deleted from their head. And Tex was only told that the other freelancers would get their AI removed. Just like Wash was told the break-in took place at Command when really it took place in the Mother of Invention when it was crashing on Sidewinder. Why would they tell Wash the truth? Why would they tell Tex the truth? So in conclusion, I would say that Out of Mind is definitely still canon to Red vs. Blue. Otherwise, Carolina wouldn't have gone to the island that York died on in Season 10. Hopefully the pieces I've put together here feel like they go together well and make sense, unlike these events. It's Paul Walker! Amazing! My next theory video will be a question that I've wanted answered for a long time and one of my favorite theories that I've thought of thus far. Whatever happened to Yellow Church?
Hello, Alpha. Or should I call you Zai?
Where is Yellow Church? The wiki refuses to say he's an AI like the original Church. Some fans believe he never existed, other fans agree he could be an AI fragment. But the question is, why won't they tell us, why didn't they tell us anything about the character? From 6 to 10, we get backstory on all the AI. We get story about all the AI. Every AI character from 1 through 5 and Out of Mind, they get delved into deeper, except Yellow Church. Well, I think finally I've figured out where he could be. So this is a theory that I've been thinking about for a long time, and it's one of my favorite theories that I've actually come up with. And the frustrating part is, by every rule of Red vs. Blue, Yellow Church is an AI fragment, or at least an AI. If you watched my first Yellow Church video, you'll know that I came to the conclusion that he's actually an AI fragment, Zai, the only AI fragment we've seen the name of, but never the character. Just like Yellow Church, we've never seen his AI fragment name, but we've seen him, and neither of them do we know their location. A lot of people theorize that Agent Georgia had Zai, that's why we never saw him, but from watching the show and knowing the humor of the show, I feel like when they showed Agent Georgia fly into the window in the end credit scene of Season 10, that would have been a perfect opportunity for a joke that they just missed, like the AI smacking into the window too. Or the AI showing up in the room to talk to Utah, and then disappearing when Georgia slides down the window. So I don't think that Georgia had an AI. The thing is, after the Reds and Blues were blown to the future and Church found out how to follow them and get out of the time loop, we don't know where Yellow Church goes. In Blood Gulch, Yellow Church is sent back to the time loop in Season 5, and then sent back to the hallway with the other Church clones, because we saw a brief glimpse of him in the hallway when the time loops started. From there, we don't know where he goes. And I thought about it, all the places that Yellow Church, the AI fragment, Zai, could have been sent after that point. There's the offsite storage facility with the Church clones. He could have been sent there with the clones, but we never see any sign of him. No clue. If he were there, the UNSC would eventually get him and it goes nowhere, story-wise. He also could have gone to the AI storage facility at Command. If Yellow Church was sent there, we never saw him at all either. He would have been killed off screen without us knowing he was there. That would be like a character in the MCU getting dusted off screen, and then when he came back to life gets shot off screen, but they never tell us. It just doesn't make any sense story-wise. The next idea, he could be at the Sidewinder base. He could have just been left in the base on Sidewinder, but we never see any sign of him there, other than the computer he was in during the time loop. If this happened, he just ends up in the hands of the UNSC, because at the end of Season 8, after Meta's defeated, UNSC shows up and takes all the evidence they can. Then there's another freelancer. Yellow Church could have been given to another freelancer, but we never see it, so it could be irrelevant. Not to mention, that goes against the decision to remove the AI from freelancers after Wash went crazy with Epsilon's memories. It's possible he was the AI that was going to be given to South before she betrayed Command and stole Delta, but, we'll never know. Another small option could be another simulation base. He could have been hidden, just like the Alpha, but we never saw that, so why would it be relevant? We don't see any characters that could have been him other than maybe Peak from the Funhouse episodes, who looks just like the Marathon version of him, but he doesn't sound like Church, and he dies in his ship anyway, so it becomes irrelevant. And for this kind of theory, I like the idea of his fate being relevant to the story. Any of these scenarios that don't end in him dying usually lead to him winding up with the UNSC, and from there we know the director's research and tech ends up with Charon, and then ends up on Chorus, or being studied in secret. The issue is, after the ship crashes on Sidewinder, we never see the director's plans or research unless it comes to trying to take over the prophecy in Season 4 and 5. Or do we? If you consider the time travel
actually existing and not being a simulation that's never explained for no reason, we can see where his study of the time distortion unit actually goes. First, his research with the time distortion unit starts with the red and blue grunts in Beaver Creek. We see them coming back from the dead over and over again, and I suggested that that was the time distortion unit's early testing. The director sees the reversal of death can drive the user insane, so next step, because he wouldn't want their soldiers going insane after dying over and over again. The next step would be Church's time loop. The reversal of death didn't work, so he tried time loops. This requires AI assistance, so he has to test it on Church first. This results in Season 3 and the Church clones in the time loop. Church splits and creates Yellow Church, a fragment. The next time we see the time loop used is in Season 5 with Wyoming. With Wyoming, when we see Wyoming using the time loop, he leaves copies just like Church did. But the difference is, Wyoming isn't an AI, and as we see, the director learned from the time loop with Church because Gamma isn't in Wyoming's armor while he does this. Gamma's just helping activate it from a distance in the tank. The time loops are closer gaps in time than with Church, so Gamma may not need to be in the armor. This could make it easier for soldiers to be stopped in combat if him and the AI are separate, because as we see, Gamma and Wyoming are taken down when they're not working together. This is probably why the meta never uses the time loop function, but only slows down time. The AI in the meta know from Gamma that the loop will put the AI fragments in danger of fragmenting and making copies, which kind of defeats the purpose of Sigma reassembling the Alpha. Slowing down time is more in line with what AI are used to seeing anyway, as far as experiencing time. And I think if Meta had gotten Zai at the same time as the time distortion unit, he may have actually reached metastability, because Zai actually seems to be Melancholia, one of the stages before metastability. None of the other AI could be Melancholia except Epsilon, who he actually does go after in Season 6, because Epsilon is all the painful memories. The next step is Tucker's sword. We learn that with the sword, Tucker's able to remember all of Wyoming's loops. It could be possible that since both pieces of tech are connected, if Tucker or Wyoming had both the devices, the time distortion unit and the sword, they could loop time without leaving clones, just like the time travel from Season 17 by jumping into your past body. That's one connection to Season 17 that I thought was interesting. So basically, if they had the time distortion unit and the sword, they could time travel without leaving copies. Then there's the plan with Tex. The whole point in the director using time distortion tech would be to help the freelancers survive in war, but everything he does results in an ulterior motive to save his wife from death. Beta, or Tex, is the AI memory of his wife, and in Season 5, he has all the pieces he needs in one spot. He has Tex on the ship, he has the sword, and he has the time distortion unit. All three of those together could be something sent back to save Allison. She wouldn't go insane from reverse death, she wouldn't leave clones from time loops. It'd be perfect. This is why he would recruit Tex in Season 5 to defeat the aliens and take over the prophecy. In Season 5, the freelancers probably could have fulfilled the plan without Tex. They had Wyoming copies and probably other operatives that could be helping. Why do they need to convert Tex to help take over the aliens? Yes, it could help him finish the plan faster, but why did the director want Tex back other than she being the memory of his wife? Once they took over the aliens to end the war, they would have everything they needed to save Allison. Ultimately, this plan fails, and they lose the ship for a year, so the director moves on and keeps looking into his research with the Church clones in the offsite storage facility, and he goes in search of the orb. There's one problem, though, with sending Tex back in time with the sword and the time distortion unit. It's possible that the AI could fragment if they failed over and over again, right? There is one bit of research we're forgetting. Jimmy's implantation. In Season 14, we see that the director put Alpha into the brain of Jimmy to see if an AI could be implanted to fully control the brain of a human, and also study the effects of this pairing on the human mind. It causes Church to think that Jimmy's body is his, and Jimmy's memories are his. How could this research play a part in this?
You're the final piece in a very complicated little operation. In fact, you're the most important part, I'd say.
Jimmy was implanted with Alpha after the crash on Sidewinder in Season 10, and that's when I had theorized that Church was sent back to after the bomb went off. If that's correct, that's technically the last time period we see Yellow Church in. Past director would have just seen that it's possible, giving a freelancer an AI could also give them the memories of the torture to create the fragment. And he just saw that an AI can take over the body entirely of a person. We saw the reverse death method failed, we saw the time loop method with AI failed, and the director never got to test the sword. Truthfully, the director wants to save his wife first and foremost. And I think if the director's plan was to save Tex by giving her the time distortion unit and the sword and an AI that could run both, then I feel like he wouldn't want to just do it knowing he could do it. He'd want to make sure it would work, because from the time loop, it looked as if things couldn't be changed. Or if they were changed, they would just happen again.
A way to bring her back right this time. I just need a bit more time. Perhaps the next time around.
But we never see what that method is. To bring her back right might imply that he can save the real living, breathing body of Allison, because clearly he has AI of her, and they're not good enough. He just needs the right Tex AI to do this implantation, which he can't find, leading to the Tex drones in Season 10.
He kept trying. He kept trying to get her right.
She needs to be right because they always fail and resent him. As a scientist, he has to test his hypothesis first. He would want to make sure he could actually change time. So to test the Jimmy implant theory, he would probably test that research on a separate soldier first. So it's possible he sent this AI, Zai, back in time to be implanted in a soldier, maybe around one of the worst battles in the UNSC history. When implanting the AI into a freelancer, it would go into the back of the neck, which, from what I looked up online, would be the cerebellum, controlling the coordination, making sense if it was meant to enhance their fighting abilities and reflexes. But to control the whole mind, such as free will, that would be implanted in the front and require more surgery, hence why Jimmy screams,
"Ah! What are you doing? Let's go!" Ah!
So this may leave a scar on the front of his face. And let's say this research succeeds and this soldier can survive the war. It's possible if he's enhanced, he could save a few other soldiers, and that would be beneficial. Which would explain why 2 soldiers in the UNSC, unrelated to the Project Freelancer program, have the only missing AI symbol on their helmets. Locus and Felix. Where is Yellow Church? Or Zai? Implanted in Locus's mind. This is why he has the scar on his face, why him and Felix have the Zai symbol on their helmets, since they are a team, and Locus is the reason why Felix is alive. This is why only Locus can live without Felix, not the other way around. Locus literally made sure Felix survived the battle, because without the time travel and AI enhancements, Felix could have died the first time around. When I first found out about Locus, and the mystery was brought up of who he was, I joked, oh, maybe he's Yellow Church. And then I thought about it. Aside from the connections I've made between Locus, Yellow Church, Zai, and the Great Destroyer, and my Great Prophecy video and my Locus is the Great Destroyer video, both are described as apathetic on the Wikipedia. And they're both named after their armor, Locus armor and Yellow Church. Felix can't live without Locus, just like the director can't live without Tex. The director wanted to save Allison, but Locus ended up saving Felix. In a way, Locus took Tex's place by being the one the director saved with the research. And Locus eventually got Tex's Invis unit, and it connects why Locus and Tex have connections to the Great War. When Wash was knocked out in Season 12 and he was wearing his black and yellow armor, in the vision he was wearing the blue and yellow armor again, the church armor, a yellow striped church. Locus and Wash are similar, even down to the fact that they were both affected by a church AI fragment. And every version of Alpha, including the Church clones and Epsilon, has produced a Tex memory. And with Yellow Church, his thing was with Caboose that he was a guy version of Sister, which is ironic. If he went to Locus, he'd be producing a guy version of Tex. But there's one thing that, to me, puts the nail in the coffin for this.
If Tex gets out of here with O'Malley and that kid, there's no one that's going to be able to stop her.
Lose. I won't lose.
Too late, fucked it up. Oh, crap. Caboose! Tex! Anyone in here? Who's that?
Felix, come in. Felix, I've made it through the gateway. Equipment is malfunctioning. If you can hear this.
Freeze!
Freeze! What? Don't move! Don't you fucking move! Lower your weapon!
Yes. Hello, Church. You must be very happy to see me.
What do we have here, men?
Caught us a monster, Captain.
But how about you tell us what you're doing here?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, who the fuck are you? Sister?
Yep. I'm Sister, Church's twin brother.
Wait a second. This destroyer guy. He dresses like me, but he's dumber than anyone else in existence.
Felix.
I say we blow its brains out.
That's your answer to everything, and you're me.
Sir, I think it's trying to surrender.
You listen here.
You are a soldier. In this war, you are nothing but a suit of armor and a gun. So when I give you an order, you damn well follow it. Do I make myself clear?
I would argue it's that too, but what's his point?
Never mind.
Hey, can I ask you one quick... Huh?
No! Drop him! Drop him!
The one that I almost went with other than this was Locus saw his past UNSC colors Locus, and they had a conversation, but the past Locus couldn't understand anything present-day Locus was saying, and then more and more copies of the past Locus showed up, and they all started ganging up on him.
And then there's Cyrus, who I believe worked for the director. Cyrus's codename is based off the Egyptian god Osiris, who was the god of the underworld and resurrection. Based off the fact that this project was made to figure out how to bring back Allison from the dead, thus resulting in Felix's survival. Since I theorize that the prophecy is time-correcting itself, this would explain the coincidence of Locus running into the Reds and Blues again if Yellow Church was inside his head. And it would make Locus and Zai the earliest alteration in the timeline that time would want to fix. And Felix's death, the final fix in the timeline. Technically, Yellow Church lived through the first prophecy, was sent back in time, and saw the church clones, and then back even farther into the hallway where the lava pit was. And then Tex was sent forward in time to activate the second part of the prophecy, and after that, the Reds and Blues encountered the Tex drones, and eventually encountered Locus and Felix at the Purge Temple, both iterations of the prophecy being completed when Locus claimed the Great Sword on Chorus. Locus having Zai ties both iterations of the prophecy together on Chorus. If this theory were correct, that would mean that the director's research actually did succeed, but with Locus. And with the director and the chairman's rivalry ending with the director's tragic death,